You know I got the name Grinder? Because I'm a really tight player.
It's day 5 of the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah! I told him I'm tight. Ace is full, Mike.
Of course, Michael Mizrachi is making a run.
That's tournament poker.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to the 2026 World Series of Poker. It's the main event. It's day 5. We are down to 533 players. I am Joe Stapleton. She is Maria Ho.
Hello.
And he is David Williams. What's up? Jeffrey Platt and Natalie Bodie will be giving us reports from the floor. This is the leaderboard for the start of day 5. Sam Snead on top with 190 big blinds. Artur Martirosian, huge on the European scene, snuck into the top 3 overnight. Here are some other notable stacks, including Comeskey, Chino Rheem, Brad Rubin, Masato Yokosawa still in the mix, as well as David Peters. 9,208 total entries, unique entries in this event. Everyone currently guaranteed $32,500, and there is De Grinder. Still potentially could go back-to-back, which would be unfathomable in the current climate. Yesterday, we saw Alex Foxen lose a gigantic flip. He was down, but not out, and he is still in. That's what good players do. They lose a big flip, get it back, and have enough to lose another one as we join a hand in action. Ace 10 for Lynn. Queen 9 for Sanye. Alan Sanye, the original raiser, facing the 3-bet from Kyle Lynn. He wants to play with Queen 9.
Wow, not just play.
Excuse me. Starting off with a game of chicken early on here on day 5. Blinds at 10,000, 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante.
Sanye really leveraging that large stack, over 100 big blinds here, almost 150.
What do we think of the 3-bet with ace 10 on the button to begin with?
Yeah, I definitely don't mind it against kind of a mid to late position open. But unfortunately for Lynn, you know, he obviously would not expect to see him continue here against a 4-bet. And that's kind of the tough part, is ace 10 is the part of your range where you're okay folding against a 4-bet. But if you feel like your opponent is the type, maybe he doesn't know Sanye personally and hasn't played a lot with him, but, you know, seeing his stack might have given him an indication, like, will this 3-bet get through easily? Because if not, you know, maybe I don't want to put this hand in that category.
I mean, that's just got to give you all kinds of confidence to start off day 5 to 4-bet, Queen 9, get the fold.
That's good to know.
I imagine that 3 million chips gives him confidence.
All of it gives you confidence. And speaking of confident, no one more confident than Mike the Grinder Mizrachi. This is the 4th largest main event ever, and we're down to the top 5% of the field. And poker's kind of like, someone described it to me this way, kind of like a radioactive element, and it's got a half-life. So you get through half the field pretty quickly when there's a massive field. But now that we're down to the final 5%, to get to 2%, it's going to take just as long as it took us to get to 5.
Yeah, I mean, and the structure is just so good. We just mentioned early in the intro that Foxen was able to rebuild after losing that big flip, and that's because the time that you have before the blinds go up really allow you to maneuver even off of a quote-unquote short stack, right? What was short back in the day, you know, 15, 20 big blinds, now in today's meta, just something that's very playable still.
This hand kicked off by Brian Hastings with ace-queen. Kyle Mart in the think tank with king, jack of spades. Re-raises. He has got a massive stack, 3.5 million.
And Hastings with about 30 bigs to start this hand has some options available. He could go with all in here if he feels like Mart is targeting him with that large stack.
Pretty tough to believe a player who's got this many chips. Lays down the ace-queen. Now, we mentioned Alex Foxen and his comeback. Now, Lon and Norm have got some things to say about him.
You have 195. Well, let's explore the rare spectacle, Norman, of when poker meets physical domination of Alex Foxen.
If you look into his mind, it's just a giant red neon sign that flashes, win every chip, conquer every soul.
We welcome Alex Foxen.
All right, so one of the concepts that is integral to making poker decisions that many people don't think about in their everyday life is something called expected value. 1.6. So let's imagine that we are playing a poker hand where the pot is $100 and our opponent bets $100. So we are risking $100 to win $300. So we take these numbers and we divide them by each other. 100 divided by 300 to give us an expected value of 33% of the time that our opponent needs to be bluffing for our call to be profitable. So if we are winning more than 33%, we are plus EV.
Can this EV apply to ordering dinner in a restaurant if you're not sure you're paying the check?
Well, you know what's funny is I actually always use the example of a parking ticket. I look at the meter and I'm like, okay, I have to pay $2 for the meter. What do I think my chances of getting a parking ticket are? How much is the parking ticket? So if the meter costs $2 and the parking ticket is $100, well, that means I need to get a ticket more than 2% of the time, or else it's minus EV to pay the meter. The idea of, wow, if I make better decisions than my opponent, I can make a bunch of money. And they stack up on top of each other, and that's really the hallmark of a good poker player.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I like how the hallmark of a good poker player is whether or not you'll have to pay the fine and not because it's the right thing to do.
Gonna have to get him a quarter zip so he can fit in with Lon and Norm.
Did you see how Norm just glazed over completely the second that numbers started getting written on a whiteboard?
I mean, Lon, too. I don't think he can keep up.
Back to the action with Alex Foxen, who's got 2 threes on this ace-9-6 all-spade board.
As we see, he's in some trouble here.
He is in real trouble. He does have a flush draw, but it is no good immediately and no good if another spade comes. Ick already with the flush. Lynn's got the best flush draw with the queen of spades.
All in.
And he is going to gamble on it.
Yeah, with less than 10 big blinds, not going to risk slow playing this flush.
Going to pick that one up with the all-in. Ick on 360,000 now.
Yeah, only his second WSOP main event. Says he's been playing poker since 2019, only 25 years old.
2019, 2020. Ooh, that's cutting it close.
2 circuit rings for the young man.
King 7 for Kang Shu. Folds. Kmart not going to play. The other Kmart, I should say.
Kmart version of Kmart.
Oh, rough.
I don't know you personally. I just wanted to say that.
Hey man, who amongst us didn't wear clothes from the blue light special when we were kids? I know I did. Hastings gets a walk in the big blind.
Might be one of the first walks we've seen on the broadcast, it feels like. I can't recall one.
Did you enjoy that segment with Lon and Norm?
Yeah, do we get another one?
We absolutely have another one. This time it's inside the World Series of Poker with Lon McCarron and Norman Chad.
Welcome back to Inside the World Series of Poker. Lon McCarron along with Norman Chad. Norman, 533 world champion hopefuls began play today. They've all come so far, but still have the toughest road ahead of them.
Yeah, if you thought days 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 2, 3, and 4 were scintillating, and they were, you ain't seen nothing yet. Day 5 is always the bomb.
This main event could really shake up the Player of the Year race with 3 of the top 4 on that leaderboard still in the game, including the overall leader, Alex Foxen.
We've always thought of Alex Foxen as a no-limit hold'em high roller, but part of the reason he's stalking Player of the Year are his deep runs in the 8-game mix and deuce to 7 low ball draw this summer. Apparently, his pillow talk with Kristen goes beyond whispering 2 cards, sweet and nothings.
2025 Player of the Year, Shaun Deeb, may have surprised even himself, Norman. He only entered the main to try and build a stack quickly or move on to the next tourney. But now with a strong chip stack here on day 5, the poor guy's stuck playing for $10 million.
Yeah, you remember when you're moving apartments in college, you're always wandering behind businesses looking for boxes? In my mind, Shaun Deeb just wanders the Horseshoe and Paris properties 24/7, hoping to find Player of the Year points. He lives, breathes, and eats World Series entries and re-entries.
Does indeed. Let's take a look at the standings for Player of the Year. Josh Arieh in 4th place, Nick Schulman in 6th, and Daniel Negreanu in 9th. Solid summers by some of the game's biggest names indeed. Grinder is down a bit on that list in 14th place. His focus seems to be on the big, prestigious prizes, and he's doing pretty well in that regard. Poker pro Jared Blesnick, our announced colleague, put out a tweet about Mizrachi today. Regardless of what happens, the Grinder is the best WSOP player of the last 20 years. People don't realize how impressive the last 2 years have been. He has never won Player of the Year. That's how flawed the system is.
Yeah, I love Blez, but if you can't spell IQ, I'm not sure what your IQ is. Sir, people do realize how impressive Grinder's last 2 years have been. And yes, the system is flawed for many, many reasons that don't involve Grinder. We're not going to fix the Player of the Year system here today, but it's great news that poker's biggest names are shining bright this summer, making it a treat to watch Foxen, Deeb, Arieh, and others battle for number 1.
Well, while Grinder was winning the main event last year, we were also impressed with Danny Ashawn from Maryland, who went out in 17th and is making another impressive run this year. Danny took to social media to try and right a main event wrong when it comes to bathroom etiquette. If you're the type of person who waits and takes a second paper towel, or God forbid a third, from the automatic dispenser when the bathroom is fully backed up, you need to reevaluate your life choices.
Okay, if I can push back here on Danny Ashawn gently. Sometimes a supermarket has a super sale on, say, strawberries, and when they open the doors, there's a mad rush to the produce aisle. Here at the World Series on a player break, there is a mad rush to the bathrooms. And in there, it's every man for himself, and go for what you know. Listen, pal, if I want to take 3 paper towels, I'm taking 3 paper towels.
But if those are the last 3 paper towels, you and I are going to step outside, sir. That's all the time we have now for Inside the World Series of Poker. Day 5 rolls on as we march towards the final table.
I like that Danny Ashawn wrote that last night at 1:30 in the morning after finishing and bagging for day 5 of the main event.
That was his biggest
That was what's on his
concern.
mind. The bathroom with the
It
paper
is
towels.
One of the benefits of making it to day 5 with only 533 players starting today is the line for the bathroom not as bad.
I mean, there are some large field events still going on right now at the World Series of Poker. Hopefully those breaks don't overlap.
I'm just impressed and pleased that he's washing his hands after using the restroom, which is a rare sight.
I do wash my hands, but I don't grab a towel at all. That's what your jeans are for. Your jeans, or in my case, not David's hair. Just run the water through your hair, you're good to go. All right, back to actual poker if we have to. Kyle Lynn opening ace-10.
Yep, same hand as before, going after it again, this time under the gun instead of 3-betting on the button.
And the rather fidgety Kyle Mart.
Yeah, feels like this time the spot's going to work out a little bit better for Lynn. Just getting a call from the big blind.
Yeah, he gets to see a flop this time, but who knows what that will be until now, and it's Queen 8 that flops best.
Check, jet.
Very demonstrative. Kyle checks.
And I think on this type of texture, a C bet from under the gun is fine, right? Because you have such a strong range advantage. And also, you don't expect your opponent to be peeling from the big blind with some of the offsuit combos of 8-4 or 4-3 or 8-3. So they shouldn't have two pairs very often. So a lot of times, even if they did flop a pair, as Mart did in this case, you expect Lin to have 2 overs in this spot and feel pretty happy.
I call.
Mart with a massive stack and not a scare card for top pair on the turn, not against Lin's open at least.
Check.
It's a card that's not great for the original raiser, I assume.
Yeah, Lin really has to respect the big blind here. Is often in that range, the 5, 7, 6, 3, all those cards very likely could have some 2 pairs now, straights even, whereas he likely doesn't have those cards raising under the gun. His strongest hands are going to be over pairs.
Goes check, check. River is a 10, so Lin River's the best of it.
Yeah, and Mart's looking at his stack as though maybe he wants to go for a lead and try to get some value with what he believes is the best hand after Lin checked back. But if you go kind of small in the sizing, I would actually like to see Lin be able to find a raise here on the river. I mean, this sizing, not too small, but, you know, is the type of sizing that I would consider raising for value as Lin. I know that it seems like a dicey proposition.
It's rather thin, but I see where you're coming from. My only pushback would be it being the main event and being such a slow, deep structure. Chip preservation is just so important, and going for that thin value sometimes can come to bite you, you know, especially with the size here. At 125, if you were to say make it 320 with only 675 and be wrong, you know, up against 2 pair or something, it is catastrophic with what he's left with. So
what if you're right and the big blind just decides, hey, I've got a lot more of this board, I can raise you again?
Yeah, also something to consider and a scary thing here. I still agree with you, Maria. I like the raise here. Just sometimes in the main event, players are extra cautious. If we go back to Brian Hastings folding to ace-queen, I think a lot of that was because this is the main event. He can fold and still has plenty of time. But look at this. Lin finds it. Well done, Young.
Love to see it. Well, and the immediate reaction from Mart, now you know that
he's not ready.
You didn't reopen the action.
I love when my opponents do that.
Thank you. I don't want to sweat it.
While we wait here, actually something that I've only ever seen once, late in a tournament, deep 10K. I think his name was Vadim Trencher, did this when I raised him on the river. I said, oh, at least you're not raising. And he sat and laughed and hemmed and hawed and then shoved. After 3 minutes of doing
Do you think it's because you said that?
He did. And I eventually just said, what? And called. And he just had nothing and was out. It was very strange.
Your table talk induced him to raise you with nothing.
I was like, oh,
wild.
thank you. You're not raising me. And then he just all in.
Well, Mart still does have the option to raise. He does not look like he's going to do it.
And as my story said, I don't think it worked then, or it didn't work then. I don't think it would work now to raise after this.
I do love how animated he is. Clearly, this is a huge spot for him.
I mean, the guy's got a roulette wheel on his watch, okay?
I mean, surely he uses that as a randomizer.
Doesn't seem like the randomizing type to me, but
our reigning
I've been wrong before.
Has a roulette wheel tattooed on his arm, by the way.
Not surprising, and does strike me as a randomizer.
The grinder.
I was going to say, it does strike me as a huge roulette player.
And I think here with Queen 8, it's just such a tough call. Like, it's unlikely in the main event your opponent's going to bluff you here in this spot.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
It almost feels like a bluff, though, with how thin this raise
you're
was.
Right, I do. I was just thinking, like, I'm never going to know what he has. Yeah, I might have gotten bluffed.
We do have 3 feature tables, but with this many players remaining, the field is still massive. That is it. As we check in what looks like a all-in situation, Patrick Leonard picking up this pot. He's at 540,000. Phenomenal player out of the UK.
And look next to him, Brock Wilson with a monster stack. It looks like over 2.5 million, if my calculations are correct.
And Martin Zamani not just absent from his seat, absent from the tournament, was eliminated early on day 5 for $32,500.
He had to be taking it well.
He had over $3 million at one point yesterday. Early yesterday, and that would be a top 10 stack today.
Volatile players deal in volatility. As we are back to table Kmart and Lynn. As we see Miller win this one.
These chairs are a lot more comfortable than some of the other tables.
Like the high railing too.
Yeah,
the pads.
you got your arms. Like I'm always like hunching over the other ones. This one, it's kind of nice. I got the adjustable chair.
Very impressed by that raise on the river from Lynn, though.
Look, Maria, someone's finally listened to your poker advice.
You know, once in a while, it happens.
Ryan Hastings, 6 World Series poker bracelets. David mentioned yesterday he won $4.2 million playing online poker in a single session. Back when we used to call it rail heaven.
Isildur, Victor Blom, I guess, was just, I've been there in that frenzy where you just click, keep reloading. He was getting waxed and just couldn't stop reloading, I guess. Pretty brutal.
Hastings seems like he has good bankroll management. I feel like, you know, he saved up quite a bit of that money.
You would hope.
I would hope.
Ace 4 of clubs for Samuel Ick makes it 40,000. That's a min raise here in these parts. I did want to mention that we are in level 20 of this tournament, which means these players have been playing for more than 40 hours.
Full work week.
A full work week, and that makes sense. It's day 5. Well over 40, counting the bubble.
You got 350, right?
325, I think. To start.
Yeah, and
no, 350. You're right.
early raise off
Yeah,
17 bigs. A little concerning. You don't really see that too often from early position here, so you have to respect it if you're Alex. As you saw him asking how many chips he had, so he does. That is something on his mind.
Well, he's doing the whole EV thing, right? From the markers on the parking ticket. He wants to know what he stands to lose or win if he decides to put some money into the meter.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you will see Foxen defend hands that other players might not defend just because Foxen is going to believe he's the superior post-flop player against pretty much anyone.
This is a hand well within a defending range. It's Ick who flops best, however.
30.
Foxen with not a lot to be hopeful about, other than that post-flop superiority.
Yeah, I do believe that Foxen knows Ick will likely be c-betting this type of texture at a high frequency. So, you know, sometimes he'll take his time, consider it, maybe wants to do mischievous things, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, I think the stack size dictated a lot of that.
That's good.
So, Alex Foxen, part of a famous poker playing family at this point. Kristen and Alex Foxen, poker power couple. Throwing them up against Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins are together. I'm just finding this out now. I'm heartbroken.
You didn't know that?
No, I live in my own fantasy world where one day I'll meet Becky Lynch and she'll think I'm really
She played in a Magic tournament this spring, actually.
I did.
That's
I had
cool.
an 8. I was thinking about it.
Sad I was unable to attend to meet her. I'm a big fan of her. And
I don't care anymore.
She's dead to you.
She's dead to me. Masato Yokosawa.
Brought 300 Japanese players out on a plane he chartered. Did you see that?
Yeah, and also has his own merch collab with the WSOP store.
Stephen Chidwick, #1 on the all-time minute list. 2, somewhere in the top 3. It's constantly changing. He's still in this thing.
I missed the twirly mustache. Stephen, get that back for us.
He's on 750,000.
Yeah, we have this guy.
Okay. Yeah, no, everyone's going to get to see how midi I am.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Still talking about that.
I know,
Queen
still
8
trying to
fold.
get information, you know, just patience.
Information,
You'll get it in
attention.
about 45 minutes from now.
I don't think anyone's going to call him nitty for folding second pair to a nice raise on the river from an under-the-gun raise. Not that nitty. It's a wise decision.
I do think when you're this deep and have that many chips, you're very critical of yourself.
Not that important, yeah.
And we are on table blue. Don't think we've seen much from these folks yet. This is Antoine Lawson making it 40,000 with ace deuce of hearts. Savage was featured yesterday. He's still alive and kicking, but there's the fella.
All right.
If you were wondering why.
Lawson is 26 years old and says his nickname is Old Man Coffee, and that's his profession.
Interesting. All right.
Is he trying to say he's rather nitty?
Like 430.
And him and Grinder with very similar stacks.
And Grinder in the small blind with king queen.
It wasn't a bad place to 3-bet.
Just calls.
And that's likely going to bring the big blind in.
Tyler
Well, it worked if you
Potts.
didn't have a hand.
All three of these players sub 20 big blinds. Going to fold. Getting 6-1, 7-1 with the big blind ante.
I'm terrible. I would have called there.
I liked it.
Queen 10-8 top pair for Mizrachi.
Too early for that.
Pretty disappointing for Old Man Coffee.
I just can't get behind it. Sorry, Antoine.
It goes check, check. Still no love for Lawson.
I do actually like that check back from Lawson. I do think that that type of flop is going to hit the small blinds calling range against your open quite frequently. And plus, it's Grinder, right? I think you want to talk about stack preservation that David Williams was saying earlier. You know, you do want to keep your stacked intact, especially if you're on the shorter side.
Was the other one a diamond?
Man, Grinder has a way of showing it to you, and you don't even feel bad about it. You're just like, ah, what a charming fella.
Boy, he said I had the blocker, so I'm imagining he showed his other card, his king.
That's what I mean, is though, even though it's kind of a needle, you don't even really care.
Shaun Deeb.
In your cards. Put them over the box.
I can make it after. You can, yeah.
This is Chi Chen versus Marius Giacovanu, who has flopped top set. I love having sets.
It is a nice feeling in Hold'em, let me
Right?
tell you.
Doesn't it feel so good to have sets?
Chen with not much working here. Does have 2 overs, 3 to a straight. He could go with Peel, see if he can increase his equity on the turn, by either pairing or picking up a heart or straight draw.
And that turn is a queen. That could be very bad news for Chen. Improves to dead.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate because a lot of the times you believe that you're going to be live should you hit one of your 2 overcards to that board.
And with the 2 hearts out there, Giacovanu will bet to protect his equity.
Goes pretty big. 155 into 180.
And against, or excuse me, the top players, you usually see that a lot smaller bet on the flop, followed by close to pot on the turn to apply a lot of pressure to the draws and to charge your opponents with lesser value.
Yeah, that sizing's got to be concerning to Chen for sure, but there are still some bluffs in Giacovanu's range, right? Maybe something like ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, some of these wheelie potential cards, and of course, he could have a flush draw himself.
And your opponent might feel comfortable with a hand like jacks or 10s, even though you block it and bet that for value, because it's unlikely the queen hit you, so they could be betting worse value.
Chen did call the turn bet 4 of diamonds on the river. And other than whatever...
Yeah, Chen's really hoping for a check back here
exactly.
So he can show this hand down cheaply.
There's nothing really about this run out to help Chen get away other than the sizing that Giacovanu may choose here on the river.
Yeah, and Giacovanu has no real worries unless somehow his opponent has something like ace-5 or 5-6 of hearts. But even then, you're still going to bet, and you'll evaluate that if you were to get raised. So we likely see a nice value bet here out of Giacovanu. He might go on the smaller side to get called by weaker hand. Or if he suspects his opponent has something strong, he could go something closer to pot. Or even more to look bluffy. Looks like he's cutting out that smaller size to try to get paid by one pair.
Those green chips are worth 25K, 5K for the reds.
I like this bet here.
And is going to get snap called by top pair, which is no good.
He knows his opponent's hand's not that strong and unlikely to pay off a large pot-sized bet, so picks up the almost guaranteed value if his opponent has like any pair.
It's the year of Romania. I don't know if you guys know that or not.
I think I've heard someone say that before.
Change.
Back to the Kyle Lynn table, who folds. I guess it's the Alex Foxen table. He also folds. Ryan Miller, 9-5 of hearts. Not gonna that.
Tom Canuli. Seen that name before.
It did ring some bells today as he raises from the button with ace-4. 10-5's one you don't have to defend. I love those spots.
Yeah.
I love just picking up a hand in the big blind that I don't have to defend. There's so few of them these days. So Tom Canuli did ring some bells for us, and that's because he finished 6th in the 2015 main event when he was 23 years old, tutored by Daniel. And let's have a look back at Tom Canuli's 2015 main event run.
All in.
All in. Canuli's going to double check. Snap call with the aces.
Bad time for pocket tens. Great time for pocket aces. Canuli poised for the double up.
The flop and a 10 for Steinberg. Oh, soul crushing for Tom Canuli. The river card is an 8 and Steinberg dishes the bad beat. Pocket aces not good enough. This will not be Tom Canuli's year of a world championship.
Take the chips, leave the Canuli.
What a run for Tommy Guns, Tom Canuli.
Just to look back at the most painful moment of Tom Canuli's life.
It was so brutal to see the excitement pre-flop with the aces. They cut to him bouncing on the rail, big smile. 2 seconds later, it looked like tears in his eyes. I've been there, brother.
I can always tell, by the way, when it's someone who's made a main event final table, when I hear the name and I can hear Lon's voice saying it.
Yeah.
Like David was like, Tom Canuli, I know the name. I immediately heard Lon say, Tom Canuli, and I was like, he must have made a main event final table. Sure enough, he did, 2015. He's opened pocket deuces here.
Yeah, in less than 20 bigs. It's one of those spots where you know you've got to defend with 5-4 suited, but you hate it because you want to conserve every chip. Luckily for him, he's actually in a flip with an underpair.
Ooh.
And no longer a flip as Shu flops a flush.
Yeah, and the stack to pot ratio just feels like there's no real need to slow play a flopped flush in this spot.
Especially when your opponent puts you all in.
Oh, I'm dead. Okay.
Not quite dead, but close enough.
Flush.
2 bigger clubs.
Can't fault Canuli here. Your opponent's going to fold so often when they just have 2 random red cards here and you win, even though they have some equity here.
Losing a flip, not exactly the same as losing aces to 10s at the main event final table.
Nice hand.
Nice double for Shu. Back above 20 big blinds. Right back in it.
Now, at the top of the day, there was a name at the top of the leaderboard that I didn't really recognize. 3.8 million chips, 190 big blinds for a fella by the name of Sam Snead.
That can't be his real name. That's the famous golfer, Sam Snead.
I think it is, and we're going to find out now because he's about to talk to Jeff.
Out in the field, day 5 of the main. Less than 500 players left. Let's check in with Sam Snead. Sam, stand up for me for a quick second, please. One of our chip leaders to start the day. Give us a sense of your poker journey, because on your resume, I see a cash in a $200 buy-in and a $50,000 buy-in.
Yeah. So poker to me is like a challenge. It's not about money. It's like chess. It's competition. So I like to play the high rollers. And you'll see me at Poker Go a lot.
Right.
Not cashing, but learning from those guys. So, yeah, I haven't won a lot, but I've learned a lot, and it's a good experience, good challenge. The experience at a poker table is sitting around a table with people that, you know, it's like the most intimate thing. You sit at a table for dinner at home, right? You get to know people. Poker is a special experience. You know, it's if you're playing for the money, it's different. I don't play for the money. I'm playing for charity here, so 100%. I don't take any of that money into my pocket. So, and I'm AI forward engineering development shop. So anybody's looking for healthcare regulated LLM training, all of that we do. So. Getting to meet good people out here, getting business, and that's what I was out here for anyways, is having business meetings, and just happened to jump in the tournament and ran really well for a few days. So that's what it takes. It takes a lot of luck, and I've been running bad this morning. I'm not going to say it's because I talked to you, but
thank you.
Down about 700K since I sat down, but we'll get it back.
Great getting to know you, and I hope to keep this conversation going in future days. Thank you very much for the time. All right, there he goes, Sam Snead. A little bit of a rough start to his day 5, but still sitting pretty in the main.
I mean, what a way to take all the lunch money you've had taken for you playing high rollers, calling them lessons, to here in the main event as chip leader. By the way, Claude says that was a great interview.
I like how even the non-pros are familiar with the Jeff Flatt curse. Although his chips were lost before he spoke.
It's not a thing.
So you can't blame Platt for that.
Well, if he's playing for charity, you know, have you heard of gospel poker, Mr. Snead?
That poor guy ran his kings into aces last night. That was rather unfortunate. I was rooting for him. Matthew, I think, was his last name.
Turns out there's only one king, and he didn't get one.
Foxen has been rather subdued at this table today. The changing of gears.
40.
Patiently waiting.
Ace-7 of clubs for Tom Canuli. Hastings ditches the queen 10, shoes out. Ace-Jack in the small blind for Sanye. Alan calls the 30,000. He'll be out of position post flop, which is queen 8 tray, 2 spades. Checks to the pre-flop aggressor, who also checks. Turn card, tray ball, another 3.
And now both players probably thinking there's a chance that their ace high could be good, right? Wonder if Canuli is just going to check back at that cheap showdown.
Ace high, no good. Sanye makes a pair of jacks on the end. He's going to try to go for a little value.
And this is a spot where I don't think your opponent's going to be bluffing too often, right? Because I think, you know, you would imagine that they might have let out on the turn with some of the weaker parts of their defending range or their calling range pre from the small blind. Now, flush those up on the river, although you do think your opponent might be just leading out with flush draws on the turn. But it does look like what it is, right? It does read maybe Jack X hand, maybe something like 10s or 9s.
Oh!
But Canuli going for the raise.
Dorm dropped the Godfather line in the highlight.
A bit of
He has taken the gun and attempting to take the cannoli here.
Bit of a nonsensical raise, though, here. Like, what's he trying to say he made that he didn't bet already? Like, likely you continue with your flush draws at some point in this hand. If you made a full house, you probably would have bet jacks. But Sanier lays it down.
It worked, even with the ace of spades in Sanier's hand. Cannoli saw a spot and took it.
Looks so strong. We'll get to see. I'm like, yo, is he got actually quite nice. Bluffing. Never been able to see before.
It's a little confused by that.
Though.
Hey, that's poker, baby. We have reached our first break of the day. More from the World Series of Poker main event, day 5, when we return. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the World Series of Poker. It's the main event. It's day 5, and we have got an all-in Samuel Ick with pocket aces.
And it looks like this was a 4-bet pre-pot here with the ace-king from Shu.
Slightly covered by King Zhu.
GG. He is just celebrating. Oh.
It will double up with a flush, technically.
And they already got the body bag out with the GG, even though he's still got 2.5 big blinds left. We saw Grinder still win the main off 3 big blinds on day 6 last year, so it's not over for Mr. Shu.
Yeah, and I believe Greg Merson came back from 1 big blind the year he won.
Yeah. No.
Crazier things have happened.
As we sweep across to check in on Sam Snead on 3.25 million now.
And look at that, Joey Weissman's still in the tournament. Very tough player. Haven't seen his name yet.
It's so hard when there's the reigning champ still in and Alex Foxen still in. You kind of see these really top-tier pros get lost in the mix of big names that still remain.
Lost but eventually found, as we see that being chip leader after day 4 doesn't always equate to a deep run.
Hey, people would actually tune in.
25th.
Another name like we talked about, that popped up was Artur Martirosian yesterday. Hadn't heard his name the entire tournament, and then at the end of the night, I just see him at the table stacking chips, climbing the leaderboard, finishing with a top 5 stack. Very impressive. But the main event is like that. Out of nowhere, you just see these pros still in.
Out of nowhere, and the main event's done a better job over the last few years of becoming more of the World Series of poker. But when it's a quiet Russian guy, it is entirely possible that he could sneakily make it into day 5 before we notice, despite being one of the best players in the world. Shoe all in now. Will this be the spin up?
Pretty unlucky for him. Ryan Miller opens with the 6s. He shoves for just a tiny bit more and getting called by the better king behind him, which sometimes the king 10 offsuit just folds. So,
and given the rest of these holdings, it looks like Shoe is going to have a lot of work to do to survive.
Lynn's got a strong hand from the small blind and thinking about, does he want to find a squeeze here, try to ISO the all-in player, a lot of dead money in the pot.
I mean, if he can get king 10 to fold, that's good news for Shoe. He is coming in with some aggression. Makes it 175,000. Alex Foxen also with a hand, can't play with the 4 bets in front of him.
Would have been interesting to see Alex Foxen's decision had Lynn gone with just call. Would he try to squeeze and pick up all this money and isolate?
Yeah, and as the all-in player, Shoe really wants to be ISO'd, right? You really would rather be up against one hand than go 4 ways.
Miller has Lynn covered, but not Sanye. Folds the 6s.
And the king 10 offsuit's likely going to have to go, even if he does sniff out what's going on here.
Okay, good news for Shoe is that he has been isolated. Bad news is that 2 kings have been folded.
I like that.
Oh my God.
At least 2.
So bad.
Big screen?
No.
Shoe spades are live.
Hey.
Ryan Miller lamenting his fold of 6s here, but
I like it. It's cool.
sometimes you have to fold the best hand.
9 high flop. Pretty good news for Shoe. He'd beat the king 10 at least for now too. Queen of spades on the turn. Not bad news for Shoe either. Has to fade aces and jacks, and does.
That premature GG that they gave him, not out of here yet.
Yeah. Put it up on
11 big blinds.
So the only player that would have beat him there was Alex Foxen, right?
That's correct. That is correct.
Sometimes you get lucky from the run out. Sometimes you get lucky just from the way the other players work their hands.
Definitely a lot of butterfly effect happening in poker.
Yeah, for sure. As we check in with Shaun Deeb for the first time.
Yeah, Lappin with the early position raise to 40K with deuces off of a relatively short stack.
Seems like a good flop for Shaun. Is a good flop for Shaun.
I guess he started just under 20 big blinds. Okay, he's got life now, though.
Lappin can make a full house.
75.
He's going to bet 75,000 into 110.
Sorry about it.
Understandable fold there from Lappin.
You just know Shaun Deeb is so annoyed that he's still in this tournament right now, looking at the rest of these fields and these other events popping off, player of the year points being earned.
That's what always happens, right? You try to punt and then you just keep staying alive. That happens a lot in charity events. I'm like, okay, I just want to be all in. I just want to go
get out
home.
of here. Oh, oops, I won it.
Yep.
Not today.
Tomorrow?
Maybe.
Couple days from now. But I'm good.
I don't know. I don't feel good about that.
I wouldn't feel good about playing any hand against Alex Foxen.
You gotta fold sometimes, right?
Yeah. Yes. Otherwise, I can get carried away.
I've noticed.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah. It was a fine hand.
It happens. I was thinking about it last night, actually. I was walking around my room pacing. I'm like, dude, what in the world just happened? Because that river comes something else. I don't know
And
if
I win a big pot.
I don't know if I'm going for it or not, but if I had, that would have been really, really bad for me.
Yeah.
Although if it was an offsuit 5,
then
that would be
really good.
I
for
wouldn't
you.
have bet. I wouldn't have bet that
I
quarter
understand.
pot. Yeah.
I understand.
Playing a little make-believe here, changing rivers, changing turns, bets, fantasy land.
Faced.
But making the most of his experience here on day 5, which I really appreciate.
No, maybe or more. Maybe. Might have been more.
How often do you get a chance
I don't want to talk.
I understand.
to talk poker with Alex Foxen?
I fold.
3-bet from Sanye here with the ace-jack. Well, and I think what's happening is something that's very common when you make it deep in the main event is you go home and you have to think about the decisions you made throughout the day. It really keeps you up at night. It's so hard to get sleep. Everything just replays in your mind over and over again. And, you know, all of that just compounds in terms of the type of pressure that you're under the deeper you get into the main, but also the sleepless nights that come with it. Hastings been,
Yeah, dude, I gotta get a subscription.
I wouldn't say making super tight folds. It's understandable and reasonable, but you know, definitely doesn't want to get involved with speculative hands off of his stack size against a lot of aggression.
That's the second one of his under-the-gun raises. He's been 3-bet. He's laid down, but they're really not respecting his early position raises.
All right, well, one of the big personalities that's been around for a long, long time is now down on the floor with Jeff Platt.
With a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, FBT, Greg Mueller is here. You faced high-pressure situations as a poker player, as a hockey player as well. Does that give you an edge in this spot, in this tournament?
I think so, yeah. Like, just poker every day doesn't do it for me anymore. Okay. But the competition of this, like being deep in a main event, like the dream of making the final table of the Big Daddy, yes. So, like, right now, it feels like a combination of hockey and poker, actually.
So it is safe to say that you still feel an adrenaline rush when we hit this point in the main.
That's about the only spot, and absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It's the greatest poker tournament in the world.
100%. It sure is.
I'll send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Best of luck rest of the way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There he goes, FBT, looking for bracelet number 4, and quite a bracelet that would be.
Greg,
FBT standing for full-blown tilt.
Yeah, and a fixture on the poker scene back in the day when I first started. Definitely stepped away. Hasn't lost that Canadian accent, though.
One of those guys that was always very cool to us in the early days when we were tournament reporters, podcast hosts. Just a fun guy to be around as we rejoin the action here with 3 pretty solid hands. Alex Foxen putting in the last aggression. 3-betting ace-king to 105,000. Cannuli in the small blind with 10s. The aces of number cards and not a massive stack to start this hand. He lets them go.
Yeah, Zhu obviously not a whole lot back. Does he want to pick this hand to make a stand after he basically, you know, quintupled up?
Yes. He is going to make a bit of a stand. Hopefully flop some piece. Two diamonds is a piece. Alex Foxen still with the best of it for now.
All in. All in.
Shoes all in. Foxen shall not be giving this one up without a fight.
Fair. Very fair. 15. I folded tens.
Shoe with many paths to victory.
He needed that 2,500, yeah.
No, I really wasn't doing it for that. Tough spot.
Just more ESPN time.
Turn is a 7. Shoe needs to hit.
I'm rooting for the 2.5 big blind spin up here.
All right, well, you win, David.
25 bigs now from 2.5.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. 125 is over there.
Yeah,
125 is on the pot. It's good. Yeah,
Yeah, roll
25.
Yeah.
Only because they said GG to him
No,
when he
chips
wasn't
are rolling
out.
everywhere. 1.5 is there.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Let's roll some chips around.
What is he calling on?
Little reaction here from Shu.
Shu actually has one World Series of Poker bracelet from the $800 8-handed no limit hold'em DSAC in 2023. So
that's a big field event.
yeah, seems quiet and mild mannered, but definitely a player.
Increased the stack by 121%, which, you know, would be really good if he had started with more than 50,000.
Hey, 500,000 though. I'd take that stack right now. 25 bigs in the main event, day 5. It's plenty.
Shu's not going to play this one. Saunier with King 9. Feeling a little bored, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear to me after just seeing a few of the hands that he's V-pipped. He obviously is going to be on the looser side because he does have a big stack, but, you know, something like this King 9 open from early position or even that King 10 overcall pre, definitely trending.
Alex has a hand that's a good candidate to 3-bet, especially a very active player such as Saunier has been, and Alex is definitely aware of that. These hands are nice to 3-bet because when you are called, you're not usually interacting with them, so if you do flop something, you can feel fairly safe. And he does pick up that 3-bet here to 120,000.
You could smell that coming.
Yeah.
Hastings not going to call the 3-bet out of the big blind.
Not going to let this guy just run over the table. It's only room for one alpha at the table, he says. Opening a little too much, buddy.
We did see Saunier willing to put in the 4-bet though earlier, and sometimes if you are going to open wide and you end up getting 3-bet a lot, you might find some of the loose 4-bets, but I think maybe his opponent here,
that wasn't Alex Foxen out of position.
That's going to deter him a little bit.
Don't think many people were 4-betting him out of position with the King 9 off. That ain't going to work out too well for
The
you.
only time I want to play against Alex Foxen is pre-flop. I certainly don't want to go to a flop with him. Finished 40th in 2019, but won his 4th bracelet this summer.
Well, Alex was talking about the hallmark of a really great player, and I think another hallmark would be being able to navigate big fields like this, but also excelling in the small field high rollers, and Alex has shown that he has the ability to do that with his resume, because the main event is an entirely different beast than something, say, like a Poker Go Studio high roller event or a Triton event.
I will say, though, I think a lot of people, I wouldn't say talk smack, but, you know, talk about the guys that excel in those short field, like the Tritons and the high rollers, like the Coons. Oh, well, they're good at the short field events. But I think they're still elite players. And I think if you take most of the top performers in those events, or all the top performers in the event, they're going to be able to excel in this kind of event also, because they're just great poker players. And they may not spend a lot of time playing in those kind of events. But when they do, you do often see the cream rise to the top. And Hastings here finally finding a hand to push back with, going all in for over 20 big blinds with ace king, really applying pressure to the 9s of Shu with a raise and a 3-bet all in. Tough spot for 2 9s.
We saw Hastings raise fold ace queen. We saw him raise fold ace 10 this time. He has found an ace. He will not be folding ace king.
135.
Everyone's favorite drawing hand. And Shu facing,
I like it,
the fact that he has survived multiple all-ins and now could be getting it in much worse shape, but isn't. He is flipping.
And I think with the raise and the flat call and Hastings shove, He figured that Hastings has a lot of worse hands that he could be squeezing here with, even some pairs lower than 9s as a possibility.
Like looks maxing versus frame mogging, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I don't know what either of those things are, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, I know who you're rooting for, D-Dub, so I'll take the other side.
Actually, I'm not really rooting for either. I really like Hastings. Big fan of him as a person and a player, so it's hard to root against.
Well, it's going to be tough to beat those 9s. Not impossible, but it's a set 3 9s for Shu.
I just think the story would be fantastic for Shu to come back and make a deep run after they brought the body bag out.
Well, the story is adding another chapter as Hastings' book is being closed.
How many chips did you
Good
have
game,
after
Brian.
the ace queen?
Great player, great run.
He had 50. He had 50.
Shu, up to $1 million in chips now, just like that.
Is that more than he started with before he got stacked?
Yes, it is.
Still quite stoic.
What a run. GG, sir, they said. He said, not so fast.
Yeah, he definitely covered.
Brian was in the 4.
The pot against the ace king versus queen jack was like 510K, and Brian had 400 or something.
Wish I could have bought like a share in Shu when he was down to 50,000, so I actually can feel vested in this spin up. Kind of feeling a little shortchanged here.
We're vested in all the stories from here.
For sure, for sure.
And the World Series of Poker main event. This is Daniel Hachem, son of Joseph Hachem. And I try not to make it about me. I don't really, actually. I try to make it about me as much as possible. But my first ever World Series of Poker was in 2005, was the year that Joe Hachem won, was the year that Scott Lazar was also involved in that final table. I'm going to take a trip down memory lane for me.
Make it 500. I'm all in. I'll call you.
Hachem, the short stack, goes all in, and Lazar calls.
And it's Joseph Hachem whose tournament life is at stake here.
Gamble, gamble.
And now the flop. It's 10-4 ace. Hachem hits his ace. Wow, the ace is still haunting Lazar.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Hashem's all but good now.
Now the turn card, 5 of clubs, and that's going to do it. Hachem wins the hand and doubles up.
Pass the sugar.
Oh my. Bringing back the old one, huh?
I think Scott Lazar went on to produce some poker-related movies after that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I miss our man Steve Dannenman.
Oh my gosh. He was such a joy to
Right?
watch, yeah. So much fun.
He doesn't come to the Marie Callender's meetings either. I'm a little disappointed in all these runner-ups that haven't been showing up.
Headed back to the very active Sanye, who is betting with Jack 8 on this board. Does have a flush draw and a gut shot, I believe. Cannuli has the best of it with a pair of 7s.
I feel like you could put that jack in your hand to pretty good use, though. Rep, you know, jack 10 here, and you block flushes with that 8 of spades. So does feel like if you want to have a shot at winning the pot, you might want to follow up with another bet here on the river.
He does.
That applies a lot of pressure to the hands such as Cannuli has. Just one pair, one of the smaller pairs. Not an easy call.
Not easy at all. Kind of a snap fold for a lot of players. Cannuli hasn't given it up yet.
It's going to come with another raise like he surprised us with in that last hand.
I was going to suggest
that would be a little maniacal.
I thought you were going to be like, that would be stupid.
No.
I think by his facial expression, he's not planning to.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting if he sniffs this out. He does have one of the hands that you would expect to be bluffing, but it doesn't happen very often. It's kind of a random bluff here, so it's hard to really put him on a bluff.
I think you'd rather not have the 8 in your hand as Cannuli because you block 10-8, right? Which missed. So I think you'd rather have, you know, another kicker with your pair of sevens that doesn't block some of the missed draws. But maybe if you just put Sanye on perhaps just a naked spade, then you could find the call. Either way, though, definitely not a whole lot of hands that
Still a little too early to say that. I mean, it's good to be here.
You know, I was torn between good morning and good afternoon, but
Well, I appreciate it, Alex.
we're
Anything
65
before
minutes
6
in,
p.m.
so
in Vegas
it's
this morning.
afternoon. So I just trying to be precise.
I keep being the oldest
Rouet
guy
in
at the
France.
table.
I've been there.
I feel like all this elder abuse is happening to me. You know? Yeah, I'm going to
There's
report
probably a
you all.
hotline.
I'm going to report you all.
There's got to be a hotline for that.
We are still several days
I
away
got to win behind the button. Look at that.
from these payouts, but this is the dream.
You took a couple laps before you said
The 9 millionaire maker.
The
the
highest
highest tournament.
millionaire maker.
You know, it wasn't specific. There's, you know, gold, yellow, all these. I get these colors confused.
Plausible
me.
deniability, I understand.
Yeah.
Wonder where he's from.
I turned
Houston?
60 on the first day of the Super Seniors this year. You know the one thing I didn't hear? No running. They didn't tell us to not run. Go
Do they
figure.
say that in the other events?
Yeah.
I've heard it before.
To me, that's
Really?
even greater liability. Oh, yeah, I got you.
That is a good point.
You let him open for you?
To me, they'd have more liability. They need to say it.
So far?
Yeah, they probably got lots of people doing that. For sure.
Probably no speeding would probably be a better thing in the
Came hard. There was a little.
No leaving your turn signal on for 2 hours.
Land coming in under the gun, Jack 10 suited. Very nice hand.
No, way too early for that.
What?
He's yawning.
Oh, dude, it's one of
Been
those.
a boring start.
You got,
No,
you
not
got
really.
early night yesterday.
Dual bow? Is that how you would say
yeah, I
that?
didn't go to bed. I tried. I did.
Our
go to
new
bed.
player?
I got some good sleep.
Sure. Gilbo?
Gilbo.
But yeah, it's been a long week though. Anyway, either way. So there's that. Anybody got some reds? Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Speaking of reds, what are they worth?
Out of 10.
5,000, Maria Ho.
One more ladder and I'll buy it.
That would have been my guess. I should know that, though.
Greens 25 and lavender 100,000. Here we go.
See, I
Chip
got one more
knobs.
ladder, and I'm just deciding if I'm going to, you know, go 10 entries in the Circus Survivor. You know, that's what I'm trying to decide. I think yours is a much wiser investment.
Miller hasn't been able to get much going so far.
So here's the thing. My son's getting married in October, and I'm paying for the wedding. So I'm trying to be fiscally responsible here, Alex. Give me a little support, because it ain't easy.
I understand.
I have issues.
You probably just need 7 or 8 more ladders to cover half of the wedding.
No, I'm very close. Luckily, he's frugal.
Oh wow.
Him and his fiance.
Lucky
So
you.
we're in pretty good shape.
There we go.
Not far from it. I've already paid
So you're
it.
gonna be playing loose. You've already paid for the wedding.
Yeah, that's my table image. I've been told.
I've got the Sure Thing Wedding Chapel booked for mine. $1,700 bucks.
I think I'm the only guy that's lasted this long, and I haven't flopped.
You
a set
having
the
like a
entire
friend
main event.
officiate it?
I flopped my first set in.
We don't know
like,
yet.
the
We may
second
be
last level
just
of
doing
the-
50 extra bucks for Elvis.
To kind
Have
of
you
run this
gotten
one.
quads
But
yet?
no, it's
I mean, if you're going to get married in Vegas,
No,
that's
better
the way
to
to do
save
it.
them for the end of the tournament.
I was at the table. I don't know if y'all saw the
I
photo.
actually have, believe it or not.
I don't know if you saw the photo. I posted the photo with Victor. I was at his table when he flopped queens, set of queens. River was, turn was queens full of aces. The guy had ace king, and then the river came a king. Beginning of day 3. That was yuck. Super yuck.
That was an actual pretty sick hand. Ace king against queens flop was king king queen. And the river was an ace.
The very active Alan Sanye, active again with ace-6 this time. Queen 10 for Kyle Lynn in the small blind.
And Lynn with a hand that could go either way. Typically, you would want to just call here because you flopped so well. But knowing Sanye is opening so many pots, it's very tempting to 3-bet here. He opts to go with just the call.
And Alex Foxen with an even better suited queen.
And the same
You got
decision.
about $1 million, right?
I definitely can find him mixing between calling or 3-betting here with this type of hand, especially with Lin in between.
Yeah, it just flops so well, and it's so nice to see a flop and ensure that you see one. If you 3-bet here and get 4-bet and have to fold, really disappointing.
Three ways, king, 4-4. No one with a king. Ace-6 somehow still the best hand.
Yeah, advantage to the pre-flop aggressor on this type of texture.
We all check.
Checks around, turns a jack.
It's Alex Foxen's world.
Hits Foxen.
I might get one of those nice W50.
That does give Lin that open-ended straight draw. Does he want to lead, or does he want to try to find a free card? It's kind of hard multi-way to expect, you know, both of your opponents to check back. So he does come with a very small 2 big blind lead.
And he does have some 4s in his small blind calling range here. Some 4-5 and ace-4 suited type hands. Definitely available to him.
Yeah, he also, you know, has some King X here that, you know, Foxen is going to tread carefully, not necessarily thinking that, you know, he's just going to be betting an open-ended straight draw in this spot or has trips. He also has other value that Foxen is behind.
Big river coming up for Lin. Just a 10 for him.
Yeah, is it going to be the old bet when you don't have it, but then check when you river a little bit of showdown? Even though, given the fact that Foxen did call the turn, it feels like 10s and 4s might not be able to show down as the winner. It feels like Foxen is going to lean more towards having the Jack X, maybe sometimes some weak King X as well. I think trip 4s with all of those draws on the turn would have probably raised.
Lin does check and does get the cheap showdown. Won't win the pot, but doesn't lose anymore. Wouldn't you know, open-ended straight draw turns into a pair.
No. All right, I hope I get the Foxen stare. That we're just one hand. Even if I get to lose, I just want the Foxen stare one time.
Just need to play a putt.
Just sick gentleman.
Doesn't take much.
I mean, there's ways to do it without getting into a pot with him, but the stare may continue after play ends. Hossein Ensan, recent main event champion, playing this pot against recent player of the year, Shaun Deeb.
7 years ago recent?
It feels like it.
2019? I mean, it's been a while. But that image of him versus Dario in the tuxedo is stuck in my head. So.
You have to remember the years 2020 through 2023 never happened.
Yeah, that was all one smash of a lifetime.
Ensan and Sammartino had their post WSOP main event celebration together, and they
ran up
racked
quite a
up
tab.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you heard from Adam Sadie as well?
Yes, I heard. I'm not allowed. I'm not sure what we're allowed to say and what we're
Yeah.
not, but it was quite the bar tab. Ace Jack 8, 2 clubs on this flop.
Deeb with the best hand. First position though with, I guess the big blinds first, but early position with Ensan calling on the button here. A little worrisome about the potential for the ace.
Checks around.
Pairing him.
2 pair for Shaun, not good news for him. Ensan turns Broadway.
Presence of 3 clubs and neither of them having a club might put a cap on this pot though.
Checks around to Ensan, who is going to check his hand. Make sure he has what he thinks he has.
And I think he's gonna, yeah, I was gonna say, I think he's gonna want to keep this pot small just so things don't get out of control, knowing Shaun is a very tricky player.
Board pairs on the river. Giovanni with nada.
And Shaun's hand totally destroyed, no longer beating any ace anymore, counterfeited with that 8.
Yeah, and if he elects to check, I think this is the spot where you will find Ensan very easily going for value. But question is how much? It's hard to find many bluffs as played, so I don't think Ensan wants to go too big on the sizing. You know, is hoping to get called by maybe an ace-X or a jack-X type holding.
Wonder if Shaun's going to go for something like turning this into a raise.
He's certainly thinking about it.
Represent a full house with something like jacks or even ace-8 suited or aces even. Unlikely he would have checked aces on this flop, but he could have. But it does look like he found the raise here. Yeah, not surprised to see it. No, it's in his wheelhouse of plays here. Ensan with quite a tough decision.
Well, there's one way to beat an ace in this spot, and that is to raise and get it to fold. Ensan with better than that.
And Ensan with no clubs in his hand. No pairs in his hand.
Don't forget that this guy is Hossein in the membrane. He's Ensan in the brand.
Having no pairs and no clubs, the flushes and full houses are all available for possible hands Shaun could have here.
I mean, he's so lax. He has time to, you know, wave to somebody on the rail while thinking about his decision. I don't know. I think he's going to find the call here, though, just given.
This guy is unbothered.
He's going to shake hands, kiss some babies
Yeah, and I
before
think
he decides.
Shaun's raise is designed to put pressure on an ace seeking value, but I don't think he's trying to get Broadway or flushes to fold. And if he knew that, I doubt he tries this raise, but his most likely hand he would be up against would be an ace here.
Good luck.
Good luck and
The good luck and the call.
I love that.
A lot of swag there. Good luck, call.
Good luck having the best hand. Turns out I do.
Very well played by the main event champ.
Absolutely. More than $15 million in tournament winnings. A WSOP main event winner, an EPT main event winner.
Absolute boss.
Just completely unbothered most of the time. One of the happiest guys you will see on tour. That laughing, waving, smiling, that's him all the way up and down the hallways.
I actually really like Shaun's raise there, too. I mean, if his opponent wasn't at the top of their range with just Broadway and had, you know, ace queen or something was betting for value, I likely think it would have gotten through.
Have not seen much from Dan Stavila. We will on this hand with 7-6 of hearts. Marius Chikavanu out of Romania with queen 10 on the button is out. Deep in the small blind, ace-8 of diamonds. Where was ace-8 on the last hand?
I don't think it works that way, but yeah.
Deep flats.
Bichette rocking one of the new WSOP hoodies out of the store here. The bracelet on the shoulder. The official store just opened this year here at the Paris.
Pretty cool stuff there. Not cheap, but it's cool. 3 deuce deuce. Misses both players. Feels terrible c-betting this board.
Yeah, the texture seems somewhat clean for the pre-flop raiser, but you have to remember when you get a call from the small blind, they're going to have some over pairs to this board, right? They're going to have all of the smaller pairs. They'll have, you know, some of the medium pairs as well. They're never really going to have off of deep stack and in general something like 10s plus, but I do think that you will find that your opponent is going to continue with quite a bit of their range on this flop.
Yeah, and if you're Deeb, you know that the cutoff raising here has a lot of king high, queen high type hands.
Yeah.
Your ace high could be just good often.
Turn is the 8 of clubs. That hits Deeb. Good luck.
Yes,
Getting him off this.
Stapleton likely has to continue this story on that card, because you know your opponent's going to call you often on that flop, so often it takes a second barrel to get it done.
Yeah, especially when you don't really have any showdown value with 7 high, right? If he had ace high here, he might be able to find the check back because he's going to be beating some of the flush draws or straight draws. But, you know, at this point, it feels like you might have to just try to get your opponent to fold the weaker part of their range, the 4s, the 5s, the 6s. You know, the ace high that doesn't pair up on the turn. Maybe a second bet would shake.
And sometimes you see players just give up and shut down after their first bullet doesn't work, but not the guy in the Versace hoodie. That guy's going to keep coming with it. Not going to be comfortable just giving up with 7 high.
160,000, the second effort from Dan Stavila.
Versace hoodie and a GTO wizard patch. Top pair with ace kicker, not going anywhere.
Against a guy wearing his own shirt. Which of them is more baller, Versace or having your own stuff printed up?
Well, clearly the answer is having your own stuff printed up on Versace.
Over $500,000 in the middle now. It's the 6 of clubs on the river. He improves!
Yeah, that card might actually stop the bleeding here.
Yep.
If Shaun checks it to him, he might feel that his 6 can now beat some ace highs that we're calling, or anything really better than 7 high, and he might stop here thinking, okay, well, there's a chance my 6 is good if Shaun maybe had a 3, pair of 4s. Gonna get the bad news, though. He was drawing dead on the turn when he put in 160.
But at least the river didn't compel him to put more chips in. Shaun Deeb up over 1.1 million now.
Yeah, got back some of those chips he lost to that failed river bluff.
Hussein Ensan's not a fella I would try to bluff.
No, and if you ask any of the German wizards like Fedor and Stefan and Reiner, they all think Ensan's such a boss both on and off the felt.
There's still room in this game for players like Ensan who don't do things the way the computer says to do them, but still have a certain magic to them and great instincts, as we see Hossein with 10-9 suited. Dan with Queen Jack this time.
Yeah, might be reeling a bit from that last pot, trying to get some of his chips back here. Could be a little tilt.
Definitely taking his time with this one.
I think he's cooking up a 3-bet. Deciding on sizing.
Still has a very healthy stack despite that last pot. And that is a re-raise. From 40K to 150. Chikavanu out. Deeb. Ace Trey not going to play. Onto Boucher in the small blind who folds. And Lappin in the big with King 5. Can't do it either.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see Ensan fold playing about 100 big blinds deep here with the 10-9 suited to a 3-bet, though.
Cards have been capped again. It's Just a quick double check. I wonder if he just wanted to know if it was his lucky suit or...
And he's also probably factoring in that previous pot, wondering if his opponent has a little steam coming off of him. Sometimes it's good to get involved with those players, but it's also can be a little nerve-wracking because they're going to do some crazy things sometimes and maybe really put you to a test. It's not going to be easy.
This is quite the flop for these two holdings. Top two for Stavila, open ender for Ensan. The open Ensan straight draw.
I'll let you know when a hand's being done.
Ensan checks to the aggressor. And I don't think we've seen the last chips going into this pot.
And Bichette here likely going to want to get value from some things that like king queen and ace queen even that may have called his 3-bet. Also protect against the flush draw out there and charge them. So you would expect to see a bet here with a hand this strong, but vulnerable to the straight draw and flush draw out there.
It's just such a dream flop when you get out of line with queen jack offsuit and you flop top two. You feel pretty invincible, I would think.
I don't know if I would say invincible. You are vulnerable to the diamonds and the straight draw, but it definitely feels...
At this
yes,
moment,
it definitely
you
feels
know that you
good
have the
for sure.
best hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things...
Certainly cards that can change your tune.
Yeah, jacks are available in some instances, but not deuces or queens really, so yeah.
I think Ensan here, his only option is call. I think you do have to respect the 3-betting range a little bit, and they're going to have all of the nutted hands here. They're going to have the big overpairs. They're going to have the sets. So you definitely want to realize your equity by just calling.
Turns a 9. A slight improvement for Ensan.
Not the card he was looking for, though, but...
And we do have to break away from this for an all-in and call. We will rejoin the action there, I promise.
Good luck, sir.
But we've got a big flip. Samuel Ick.
How much is it? 14.
Versus Gilbo.
Loop LA, loop around LA, 410.
Yeah, small minus bet.
Like cardio versus weights, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
And now you get a minute before you even see the flop.
Dealer, what's your name?
We would have been dealing the next hand by now if we were off the stream.
Well, we want to see it. Jack's holding on this 10 high flop.
Queen ball? Yeah, something for a sweat, right? Queen.
I never root for the sweat. I just root for my card. Ace, king. Like I don't want to mess around here. I just want to win the pot.
So far, Jacks are winning this pot.
I don't need to go the scenic route.
No ick on the river. Double up Gilbo.
Nice.
He's like, that wedding just got more expensive.
Not like I played it well or anything. It's just, it is what it is.
You played it well.
I want Gilbo to stay a while. He's brought a fun energy to the table.
We did miss a check on the turn. No improvement for Ensan on this river, but he is loading up. Doesn't seem like very much.
Yeah, nice blocker bet here. Allows him to get to showdown and sort of prevents the random missed ace kings from bluffing and putting him to the test with just his 9s. Stavila with not really too many worries.
Yeah, especially against this sizing, can certainly find a raise sometimes. I mean, you are beat by king 10, which might not bet the river this size, though. They would very likely go much larger. You know, there's that missed flush draw from the flop, so you definitely would imagine if you had a straight in this spot, you are going to try to go a little more polar.
How important is it to find a raise in this spot when you're up against a blocker bet? Like if you're always just calling here, with the best of it. Are you losing out on value?
Yeah, but I think some of these sizes are designed to be balanced, right? Sometimes you're trying to actually induce a raise, and sometimes you have exactly the type of hand that Ensan has, which is a hand where, you know, you want to control the amount that you have to end up calling if you ended up checking and Savila puts in the bet. But also, you know, if you actually want to try to get value from something like ace high, you aren't going to go too big with a hand like nines and deuces.
One thing to consider if you're Stavila too, though, is if you do raise, what kind of hands can call your raise, you know? So that's one thing he's probably processing here, the likelihood of, okay, if I raise, what are the calling hands? You know, does he have king, queen? Does he call with that hand? Does he play it this way? Does he call me with a jack?
A raise has been announced.
Raise.
Does this ever get super weird right here?
If you think your opponent is capable of turning ace-king into a bluff like this, that's kind of the only thing that could be happening for your 9 to be good. So you have to weigh that versus the likelihood of it being value. Not really any other bluffs other than that one, I think.
And is Ensan only thinking between call and fold right now?
I think so. I mean, sure, you have the 10, which is kind of nice. You could maybe rep king 10, but also would king 10 on a paired board put in the re-raise? Not super likely. I do think that what is actually playing in Ensan's mind is that he was kind of in a similar spot, right, against Deeb, where he, you know, didn't bet super tiny, but, you know, bet a reasonable size on the river, got raised, made the right decision. But in this situation, I think there are a little bit more value hands that Savila could have.
Yeah, I was going to say, he just said what I was going to say. The problem with another raise here trying to represent the king 10 is you never really have the queens full or the jacks full, but Stavila does. And if you were to do that with king 10, and they're pretty much only calling you the full house. So it doesn't make sense to do that and represent king 10 here.
Ensan does make the laydown, loses the original 80K he was going to lose regardless. And we are going to lose you all for just 2.5 minutes. More from the World Series of Poker when we return. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the World Series of Poker. It's the main event, and we are in the middle of day 5. 3 feature tables on the stage, but plenty in the field as we see Marcel Lusk all in. Showing down a 9 versus 2 10s. And I do not think that will get him there.
Pay out, 83.
Well, it's going to get him there as in out there.
Hate to see it.
Out to the door. We do have a main event champion all in also here in the field.
Set of 6s or a pair?
Looks like a set.
Set of 6s against top pair. Full house for Reese the Beast.
He truly is the greatest poker player in the world.
Team Girl Dad, let's go. Up to $1 million. $4.
Just 2 for you? You got a long way to go.
Halfway there.
Some of the notable players not on our feature tables include Brock Wilson on 2.3 million chips, Josh Arieh just under $1 million, Todd Brunson, former main event champion Greg Raymer, and Shota Nakanishi.
Seeing Greg and Josh both there, I feel like my invite got lost in the mail. Like, damn, boys, I'm missing the party.
It's funny because you have Marie calendars and they have, you know, this.
2, 3. Well, what happened to you in the main, David? I don't know if I heard the story. You don't want to talk about it? Too soon? Too soon?
I torched it off in about an hour. I came in late, last level of the night on day 1, and had to get back. You know, I was double parked. Had to go. Sat down for a minute, played an orbit, and left. Said thank you very much.
He had a flight to catch back to Summerlin.
Well, the good news is he can get out of the parking garage with no problem if he doesn't have to wait until they bag, right? So, no, I get it.
Francisco Fragoso, we see him often on those high-stakes cash game streams. Picks up a couple aces here, and unfortunately for the grinder in the big blind, he's got a very playable hand.
I think it's going to be unfortunate for Fragoso, if I know my grinder. Queen Jack suited is a lot more than he needs to run down 2 aces.
That is true.
Yeah, I've played with Francisco in some cash games in the LA area, and you know, certainly is a bit of a wild man at times, but here doesn't really need to be with the ones. He's just hoping he could get some action.
Not the player I want action from.
When I've got aces, I'll take action from anyone.
Grinder does make a pair and leads.
Yeah, and this is just a testament to some of Grinder's more unconventional, unorthodox moves, I think, on this board texture against an early position opener. You're usually going to play in flow and you'll check, but Grinder.
Yeah, you don't see it often, and I think Francisco, not really knowing how to adapt to that, just opts with just call with 2 aces in position. He's like, okay, if this guy wants to put money in the pot for me, that's fine. I've got 1 pair, the best pair, and I'm okay with it.
Grinder turns the straight draw and bets again.
And I think he knows where he should raise. Grinder likely doesn't continue unless he's beating the 1 pair of aces, so he's okay to just continue to call in position and allow Grinder to build this pot for him. Oh, but here comes a raise. Very interesting spot to raise once the Queen 10 does get there, which is a hand Grinder could have. Or even something like King 9.
And Grinder's stack to pot ratio not super healthy at this point.
I think Grinder knows that this raise likely is coming from a hand stronger than 1 jack.
Yeah, now it's just about how lucky does Grinder feel right now? Does he think he could drill that 10 on the river?
Or queen or jack, yeah, as we see. Those are all valid cards. Very nice for Francisco to find the equity denial here with this raise. You know, just calling 55 would be kind of a tragedy here, allowing Grinder to see that river so cheaply with 20% equity in a pot of this size. So very nice raise, likely going to shut Grinder down and get him out of here.
What's your name?
Oh, Grinder not familiar with who his opponent is.
He does look a little incognito, though, with the hoodie, the shades. Usually in cash games, doesn't really rock all that.
I think it was like
Grinder
Francisco when I checked the app.
Gets away.
I got that.
Don't out Francisco.
And he shows Grinder and lets him feel good about it.
Right out.
Grinder, once he sees it, he's like, man, maybe I should have.
No.
Maybe I should have. I'm the Grinder. I had outs.
You're not gonna tell him you're a pro?
Grinder with 400,000, still 20 big blinds, just under 19 and a half. Plenty to work with. He could spin that up.
Tell him your name. Francisco.
Something like that. I checked the app. Said Francisco.
He's Michael. Good guy.
Thank you.
Yes, my name's Michael. Nice to meet you,
It's
Francisco.
nice not to have aces cracked on the feature table, right?
I know. Quite a few outs.
Gonna see Francisco in action again here with 9-4. Probably not in action, but at least first to speak.
The old FTA versus UTG that you've been trying to make popular.
Ralph Perry
to act. Ace Jack for Ralph.
Main event final tableist the year Robert Varconi won, 2002. I believe he got third that year.
And here we have pocket queens for Ramona Palladino.
As I mentioned in my tweet earlier today, record turnout for women entrants in the main event.
Love to see it. Love women.
And I love that there's still so many of them in, so many pros, you know, players that have been around for a while, but also, you know, I'm not familiar with Palladino, but I'm sure there's still a lot of women out there whose stories have yet to be told or written in this main.
And the more we thin this field, the more of those stories we will get to tell.
Rather small 3-bet here, only 85,000. Very enticing for Ralph to peel for 45K. But Ace Jack is often dominated by 3-bets, so it's a little hard to play post flop.
Offsuit, pretty unappealing.
Yeah, that price of 45,000 though.
Is there anything to be said about a price seeming too good?
275.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Well,
I see your price and I raise it.
I wonder if the small sizing made Perry read weakness when, you know, we could see that her hand is actually very strong.
yeah, very, very possible. Let's see if she goes with the shove here.
I want to test and I got what?
You are?
I wanted to test him and I got
I
it.
think she's gonna fold. You don't usually see what?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
and face up too.
Ralph.
Humongous one.
And Ralph
Those are
not gonna show that one. He stole one there.
I had it. I had it. I had it.
One of 3 hands, probably.
I cannot hold it.
Now, earlier,
Okay, Ralph, I see you, buddy.
we took a trip down memory lane with Scott Lazar and Joe Hachem. Now, Scott's down on the floor with Jeff to talk about playing against a different Hachem.
Lazar versus Hachem once more. Scott, stand up for me for a quick second, please. Scott's lost his voice. We're going to give this interview a little bit of a gamble. What is it like for you, 21 years later, to be battling a Hachem once more, except this time it's his son?
Yeah, it's a younger version of him. Actually, a better version.
A better version. A better version. That's great.
Better player.
Your thoughts on just walking into day 5 of the main event, making another deep run?
Well, comfortable. Yeah, I've been playing a lot more the last few years and working on my game. And I've seen a huge improvement. And I just came here, there's no nerves. It's comfortable. I know where I am. I know how to play. I know how to play my cards at different stack depths. So I'm just comfortable.
No nerves, no voice, but comfortable. I'm going to send you back to the action. I appreciate it. We're going to sneak in one question with Daniel so he doesn't miss a hand. Daniel, stand up for me for a quick sec. I'll send you back to the action quickly. I don't know how much you've watched of the 2005 highlight reel, but what do you remember of your dad battling with Scott?
I remember all of it. I've watched it many times. It's actually funny, we had a late dinner last time, me, Dad and Scotty. They actually played together for the first time on day 5 as well, so this is pretty cool, us together on the same table day 5 as well. But no, Scotty's a great friend, and yeah, I hope we both make it to the end.
Best of luck rest of the way. I'll send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Appreciate the time. There he goes, Lazar versus Hachem once more in the main.
One of the many cool stories developing here on day 5.
Scotty, I like it.
Yeah, Helmuth not the only one trying to have a poker dynasty. A little Hachem in the mix.
It's been really cool watching the Hachem family grow over the years. As we see Billy Tarango with Jack 8 of diamonds.
We need some daughters to start playing poker with all these girl dads. My daughter has no interest in poker, and Grinder has interest in this ace king. I imagine his 15 big blinds are about to get in the middle here. We'll come back to the daughter talk after the Grinder show finishes.
Pretending as if he's deferring to the decision.
There you go. He's
of the
definitely
poker
all
gods.
in.
Yeah.
I want one of those.
Give you the dice if you wanted.
Give me a count, let me know.
Ragoso also with ace king.
315.
Yeah, and given that Tarango, started this hand with about 35 bigs, you just imagine Fragoso's pretty happy to get it in against both of them if he has to with ace king.
Call. Uh-oh, we got a call.
Just a call. Barry folds ace tray. Ubra's out with queen 9. Huri not going to play 7-4. Back to the original Razor, who is out.
Same hand. Oh my God, same suit, same hand. They both have black ace kings.
Like Hawaiian shirts and hoodies. One of these things.
There you go.
Or no, this is the same hand. It doesn't.
Maybe Hawaiian shirts and hoodies are a dead tie.
There is no mathematical advantage.
Somebody said clubs.
These are those fun waste of time hands.
It's gonna go
We
red.
should learn
Spades.
whether or not this will be a chop on the
my
flop.
God, free roll.
Ace of clubs does have a free roll.
Oh no.
That'd be a terrible way to go out as the reigning champ.
It's a chop. We all know
It won't happen to
I know
Grinder.
it's a chop.
He's so lucky. I feel like 4 spades are still coming somehow.
You're safe.
One spade was all Grinder needed to survive.
Okay.
You know if you're not nervous, concerned.
It's just a show, right?
You know if you knock him out, they're gonna take us off the feature table.
We're going to chop this one up with the Grinder, and we are going to chop our ways out to another break. We'll be back with more in 2.5 minutes' time. Welcome back, my babies, to the World Series of Poker main event. Grinder not risking much on this chop before the break. Had to just not get deliriously unlucky, and that is not Grinder's thing. Down to 436 players in the main event. 9,208 hopefuls, down to fewer than 500 now, as we pick up the action on the purple table. Ace King for Chen on the button against Hossein Ensan in the big blind. Both have flopped a pair. Chen with the toppest of pairs. Ensan checks.
You'd imagine that opening from the button, that they're not always going to have the top of their range. You're going to find them c-betting this type of board quite often. So it's actually unfortunate for Ensan that he's even up against a hand as strong as Ace King in this spot, because he has a small piece.
$100.
Raise to 100,000.
Okie dokie. Just as you predicted, Maria, not always expecting them to have big slick on the button open. Ensan banking on that, but this time it will not work out for him. At least not yet. Although I've seen stranger things.
Yeah, I do think that because there are a lot of, you know, straight draws that will semi-bluff in this spot. If I were Chen, I would probably lean towards a call versus re-raising here. You want to keep all of the 9-8, 9-7, you know, Broadway gutters in as well.
Turn card is a 9. No improvement for Ensan. The 7-8 gutter does get there.
And Ensan has to know for his, if this check raise was called, it's likely Chen is paired up. So if he wants to represent some of these straight and two pair hands, it's going to take a hefty bullet to apply pressure to the one pair hands.
Yes, Hossein in the membrane, Ensan in the Bran, following up the flop raise with a turn bet of 280,000.
And if you're Chen, you have to be concerned about also the possibility of something like a set of sixes or ace 10 or ace 6. Those are all in the realm of hands Ensan is representing. And if he does have those hands, you're close to dead, either dead to the set or needing a king to outdraw the two pairs. So very tough spot holding just one pair with a king with this turn card and this kind of action from a player like Ensan in the big blind.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of value for Ensan. That beats Ace King right now, but will Ensan follow up with a third barrel? You know, now I think Ensan recognizes he is up against a good top pair hand at minimum.
It runs out pretty safe for Ace King.
And he is immediately looking at his chips and now at the pot and the board. So I imagine he's not coming this far to give up. Tough players usually continue their story.
Loading up a handful of the blue 100K chips.
Although perhaps he was just counting. It looks like he might be reconsidering this bluff. But no, 275 though.
Doesn't make it terribly difficult on Chen.
Have to call. No, I didn't say call.
Oh, you said I have to call.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Shaun.
Yeah. Only 6. Ace?
Have to call is a dicey one.
I'd like to see that bluff be a lot larger. A problem with, yeah, you've really got to apply pressure to the type of hands you put your opponent on and make it difficult.
So clearly his intention, but
I'm just saying to myself, I have to call, but
by the tone, but like, I don't know, it's definitely a call.
It's a call?
Okay, I have to call.
I mean,
that sounds like I'm verbalizing I'm calling.
I have to call is a difficult spot.
And it's also a little problematic because maybe sometimes you say that trying to get a read off of your opponent.
You had a different name, or that's the
So,
only one?
I don't know
I would have liked
that
to
falls.
see a pot-sized bet from Insan there, 800 to 900,000. Really make it difficult for your opponent to call with a hand like
Where
Ace
you
King.
from?
An adage here is no half measures. It's just kind of like splitting the difference there, not really.
Saying I have to call is kind of a half measure.
Yeah, yeah.
We did see
Grinder with a couple tens here.
A raise from Ubra.
And just 16 big blinds. Very sneaky just call from Tarango in the small blind. That might entice Grinder with the added chips in the middle.
Stopped in the right place.
And what's the different place?
I don't know.
Somehow stops wherever his two hole cards indicate.
And Oubre with king high, a player calling between the all-in.
Include the angel.
Not a great spot for
What
just
is it,
king
angel?
jack. You're going to be dominated so often here.
Yeah,
Friends
under that
today.
assumption, when Oubre folds, I imagine that Tarango will find the call because it definitely makes it a lot easier for him.
Yeah.
It looks like that slot
Closing the
machine
action.
figure, you know, the mommy?
Yeah.
I thought it's nice when he comes out, huh?
My friend puts on a slot machine when he plays.
Yeah, that's what it is. Look. Ooh. You've been
It is
hitting
half
some
his
nice
stack, though,
jackpots.
and like we've
Yeah,
talked about, the main event, and people like to
Feels
preserve
good.
their stack.
Sometimes,
He might
yeah.
find that his best
Rough week.
situation here is a flip,
Oh,
and
yeah.
sometimes he's
Sweet.
dominated by ace king or the
I
big
know.
pairs and decide to not risk it with only 30K involved. Would not be surprised, this being the main event. You do see some cautious play. As we saw earlier, someone just fold queens. Yeah, and he lays it down.
Yeah, pair, you're in big trouble. Okay. You had pictures? No, I'm happy. Jacks, tens.
Mike,
And Grinder
Yeah,
tells him, I'm
louder.
happy with your fold.
he needed it.
What's my chip count?
Grinder on 440,000 now.
Make some noise.
Over 20 bigs again.
Make some noise.
Maybe he just says, you know, flip against Grinder's not
Champion.
50-50. It's the Grinder.
That will be amazing if you go back to back.
Yeah.
Sure, he's never heard that one before.
Yeah. I post every day, back to back.
Who did it?
I start believing and I started.
Who did it?
Stephen
Johnny
Steve
Chan?
Well, I mean, this is 10,000
Oh,
field.
but
This
it
is-
doesn't matter.
That's not the same.
You can't knock those people down.
No, you don't knock them people down, but it's much harder now.
Of course it's more, and it will gonna get harder.
The Drake song will be your
But
anthem,
back
though.
to back,
Yeah, it's still-
anything
yeah.
like big field like that, like big binds.
It's just the field size. That's why it's so hard to go back. The field size are big.
So who did it? Johnny Chan.
Doyle.
Stewie did it. or
Maybe
no?
Moss. Johnny Moss.
Moss did it. Or Moss bet. It was like a
20 people.
table, yeah.
You see?
Doyle
Wasn't it
did
by vote
also.
back then?
Doyle did it twice.
Ah, I miss Doyle.
That's wild, right?
Doyle.
The main event?
Yeah, who won back to back? You know the history?
No, Doyle.
Doyle never did it.
Back to back now.
Yes, he did.
Johnny Chan did it.
Yes.
I think, and Moss, I don't know. Maybe.
Doyle definitely
So
did it,
only
right?
Johnny and
Well, is it back to back or win more than one?
It was back-to-back, so we're talking about.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Doyle went back-to-back.
Tarango back in it.
You
Ace
can
king.
do it, Michael. You can do it.
Well, I need
You still
I need
here.
quite a few double ups.
You still
I
here.
think with field size
do
is
it.
this big, we have to consider back-to-back, like back-to-back final tables. Is
Right, like a
damn
Mark Newhouse.
Yeah, damn close enough.
Nah.
Take this.
Gotta
Lady
win, man.
Gaga
Winning
advice.
is a whole
Fold
different
your way to the
category.
final
No one
table.
will ever win back-to-back.
Still an incredible accomplishment making two final tables, but winning twice is crazy. Yeah, Johnny Moss.
That's a good line, he says, huh? Fold
Johnny
to the
Doyle
final
Stew.
table.
And Johnny Chan.
Besting fields of 75, 85, and 110. We have a big flip shaping up.
120?
Raise 120.
This is Laith Idris.
That's a cool name.
All you can eat.
And the money goes in. Like an iPhone versus an Android.
I've seen this every day. Same hands, ace king versus queens.
Who you got your money on?
Who you prefer? What do you want?
I think ace king's winning. Who do
I don't want to say. I don't want to root against
Well, I bet
I'm
you.
not
I
rooting
bet
against
you.
nobody.
I bet you $100.
Yeah, it's not about the people, it's the hand.
You want $100 or no?
Okay.
So you take ace king, I take queens. $100.
Action on the side.
Okay, $100. You got it in your pocket?
I don't have
Only
it
in
in my pocket.
Vegas, baby.
Right, you're so deep in the main.
like Ralph.
just
You got it in your
a little
pocket.
bit of side action.
I'll give you Venmo.
Ralph making sure you got it in your pocket.
Come on, who's going to pose for
I
Furry?
got $100.
Two diamonds on the
I
flop.
probably did. Yeah.
just saved
You should have
$100.
spoke fast.
More than a dozen outs for Tarango.
You should have said 40 bucks.
Currently behind,
I don't
but
wanna bust
mathematical
you.
favorite.
How are you going to have lunch after that?
Third card is a
Okay.
jack.
Maybe I saved 100.
I know I got $100 in
Can
my pocket.
Adris
I do.
fade all of that to stay alive in the main event?
Here's the magic. Oh,
I saved
He
100.
can.
you saved 100.
Imagine getting booted out of the main and they're giggling about saving 100, your demise.
Another player survives. We are taking another short break. We'll see you in 2.5 minutes. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the World Series of Poker. It's the main event. It's day 5. Fewer than 500 players remaining. Vanessa Kade exiting here on day 5. $35,000 is the payout currently. Now, I played the main event once in my life, and it was one of the worst days of my life, mostly because of a fella named Masato Yokosawa, and he is currently speaking with Jeff Platt.
I grabbed Masato Yokosawa. He said, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, "I don't really know. We'll just talk about poker." It's great. How are you enjoying this World Series of Poker main event experience?
Yeah, it's good. Also, I just watched this morning. I just watched the video like 3 years ago when I deep ran the main event, and it seems like I was more nervous when I was deep run the main event 3 years ago. Now I'm very, relaxed and chilling, and I think I'm playing good.
Why did you watch today's video from 3 years ago?
I don't know, like I was just curious like how I was playing 3 years ago, and I got to see the difference between like 3 years ago and now. And I think like 3 years ago I was more nervous, and now I have more confidence. Yeah.
Well, with all that said, now I guess I have pretty good news because you guys are going up to the feature table with a much less nervous Masato Yokosawa. Sound good to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Then I'll send you back to the action. There he goes. Masato Yokosawa coming up to the main stage in just a little bit.
He didn't need to be nervous playing against me. He got all of my chips.
Just tell the story, Stacey.
No, we told it on Countdown.
We told it on Countdown.
We
It's all
recapped it.
good. I mean, look, he did have the best hand every single time. Post flop.
885, right? That was the one?
That was the one.
The grinder.
Mike, the grinder, Mizrachi. Pocket queens, all in. Nope, no, sorry, 40 was the raise.
Oh, yeah.
Line
He's up
still at
over 20 bigs. He doesn't need to shove anymore.
10,000, 20,000. There's so many words at the poker table that sound like all in to me. Fold sounds like all in. 40 sounds like all in.
Right, yeah, it's kind of surprising to see him call with ace-10 offsuit. I get that it's grinder. I get that he's going to open from early position with probably a wider range of hands than most, but still, ace-10 offsuit not usually going to be faring well against a traditional under-the-gun range.
And Vor here in the small with king-10 suited likely wants to see a flop also. Could be a spot where he could go for a squeeze, knowing grinder is very wide. And it looks like he's doing just that. It's not going to work.
Adds 100K to Mike's open of 40.
Grinder's about to spin the wheel here, I imagine. But we know where it's going to land.
Yeah, this is the benefit of having an image like the grinder, because you just get so much more action in spots that other players might normally not get, right? You get the call from Oubre with the ace-10 offsuit, you get that dead money, then you get really enticing 3-bet spot. You know, again, most of the time against an under-the-gun open, if it were the average player, king-10 suited might not decide to 3-bet that hand.
Doing a great job of seeming concerned.
I mean, he actually probably has some concerns, right? He wants to go back-to-back really badly, doesn't want to bust, and you know, just because people 3-bet doesn't always mean they're light. Kings and aces are real hands that are out there, ace-king, and you could be flipping. So he's not going to lay it down, obviously, but it's definitely a concern, right? It's definitely a fear. Like, is this the hand where I'm going to run into it and go out?
It does seem genuine.
Sometimes you know what you've got to do, but it still doesn't feel great. It'll feel great once these hands clear out and he picks up that 260,000 chips and shoots up to 700,000. But
just tell me it lands on fold this time.
I want one of those, man.
Something tells me it's not going to.
Nah, he knows what he's got to do.
Huh, interesting.
It's like when the coin is in the air, you know what you really want it to be. When you get to choose between two things, you're like, ah.
All in.
Yeah, here it goes.
The rest go in. Oubre going out. There it is. Oh, it kind of flashed a card there, buddy. Be careful.
Oh, wow, wait a minute. Four asking for a count. 345,000 more. Grinder celebrating.
Yeah, he's celebrating the non-snap call.
It's kind of a tell there if you're Vor, right? You can kind of almost put his range very specifically. Although Grinder's the type to kind of do this with aces. We've seen him do it before with like a nutted hand, start celebrating and talking.
I was going to say it is a tell, but he is balanced in his tells.
Little less than 2-to-1 on the call.
Well, listen, if Vor reads it as genuine, then he has to think he probably only has an overcard, right? Because Grinder would only be celebrating a non-snap call with queens or jacks, probably. I think
maybe tens, maybe tens.
Maybe, but a little bit harder because you have a 10 in your hand. So
I got you.
I do think that.
Oh, is he gonna do it?
I don't think he has the right price.
Do it.
I mean, he totally doesn't, I don't think. I mean, he's getting 2 to 1.
How much do I have? 3?
He is a
4?
2 to 1 dog here, so it's actually right on the cusp, a little less. But I think with King 10, you've just got to let it go.
Call.
Oh,
well,
wow.
he does make the call.
This would be a gross one to lose.
He's got King 10, I have Queen. That is a crazy call.
Oh, my.
That is a crazy call. If queens do not hold here, he'll be breaking more than 1 heart with this King 10 of diamonds.
King 10?
Grinder's sick about it. He doesn't like it. He'd rather get it uncontested and not have his opponent have an overcard.
32% of the time, Mizrachi will go broke here. Things looking pretty good for Grinder. No diamonds on this flop. Forest 3 Kings appear to be live. Turn is also clean for queens.
Hard to watch. He's walking away.
1 card to come.
Uh-oh.
Grinder doubles.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very close friends with Grinder. That was very hard for me to watch also, and I have no financial interest in this. I'm just rooting for my guy, and that would have hurt so bad.
Have no financial interest. I had no doubts whatsoever. That was not where Grinder's story ends here. We are changing levels. Lions going up when we get back. War for the World Series of Poker in 2.5. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the World Series of Grinder Grinding. A double up just before the last break. A bit of a risky call on the part of his opponent, but Grinder does find the double. 419 players remaining. Now, there is a beloved member of the poker community still in the field who lost a beloved member of his family this summer. And here's Chris to give us some of his thoughts on that.
My name's Chris Hunichen, known as Big Huni in the poker world. My dad watched me get second place 3 times. He was my biggest fan. He always wanted me to win a bracelet, probably more than I wanted to win one. My dad died middle of the summer. It was pretty tough. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna play. I remember I wrote a big Facebook post, like I'm gonna go all out, just try to get him one. To win the 100K, you know, one of the most prestigious tournaments, pretty amazing feeling. It meant more than the money. Won the bracelet in memory of my dad. That bracelet was very important to me. I actually have it tattooed on my arm. I have the bracelet, I have a picture of my dad, and the winning hands. It was really nice to get the monkey off my back. I mean, I can't even describe it.
Big feelings for Big Huni.
Yeah, really nice guy.
Currently on a stack of 650,000.
I ran into him last night after play, having dinner. He was there. And I said, what are you playing tomorrow? What event are you playing tomorrow? And he goes, the main, day 5.
Have you ever heard of it?
Wow. Okay, my bad.
I think it starts at an hour and then, but that might be wrong though, because in the past it's been like starting at like 2.5 hours or something like that, and then like the dinner break it catches up. So
yeah, it starts way behind.
When I came here, they said 70 minutes.
Okay.
So I don't know what it is now.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Ace-8 of spades for Kyle Lynn.
He'll know about it for sure.
That's them backing up the money truck. Can you hear that?
Yeah, now that grinder doubled.
You know, it's weird.
Bring it
It's like
in.
we've been kind of talking about back-to-back, but I don't think anyone truly really believes it. But I'm starting to believe after that one. I'm like, could this really be happening? Is it really all heading towards a back-to-back for the grinder?
Lynn's raise gets Foxen to fold ace-10. Canuli is not going to play the button. Nick's out in the small, and pretty tough hand to defend with in the big blind. Raise and take it. A welcome thing in the main event.
Paul Gilbo hobbies pickleball tournaments, he says.
Fastest growing sport in America.
He's 60, says playing poker since 30 plus. Does he mean like he was 30?
Well, it doesn't matter, right? If he's 60, well, 30 plus years since he was
true.
30.
That's true, all the same. You are the math guy. Third in a seniors event at the Venetian in 2024 for 141,000.
No, my wife.
Where?
Over there.
It's like I turned around and didn't see anyone. Are you talking to yourself?
Probably.
I mean,
Lynn's
no,
wife
so,
on the rail, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, looking on.
Folds around to the blinds. Gilbo gets out of the kitchen.
Shoe with pair of 8s here. We saw him shove before with the 9s.
He has not been afraid to get his chips in.
Yeah, Shoe just about 30 bigs here. What does he want to do?
Is 30 too many?
It's close, I think. It's on the cusp where it starts to reach a little too much. But against a player like Foxen, sometimes just going all in and reducing the decision points can make it easier on you and tougher on him. 3-betting and playing up inflated pot out of position.
There will be more
appealing.
decision points. Sorry, David.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it can't be too appealing to play out of position against Foxen and an inflated pot. So I understand the just call here.
Yeah, it almost feels like this board is exactly kind of the tough spot you find yourself in when you do call from the big blind with 8s and you're up against a player such as Foxen, who now has quite a bit of equity with the 2 overs and the gutter. Are you going to be able to hang on for what will very likely be multiple barrels?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he just gave it up here, just with so much uncertainty and having to continue. Not saying he should, but I'm saying I would totally understand if he decided to go that route. Looks like he's going to go with the call.
You just know when you're up against a player as tough as Foxen that you always got to be ready to put your cape on.
Repeat 10 on the turn. Not the worst news for Shu.
Yeah, really good card for him, actually. Less likely you're beat by that 10 now. Also kind of puts some kind of handcuffs on Alex. Makes it a little tougher because you could have had a 10 here. And he knows that if you had something like a 9, it's less believable that you're beat. So you might call him with a 9 now also. So it could cause Alex to slow down here.
I would give anything in the world to have Alex Foxen check to me.
That's what Ju is thinking also.
Just please don't.
Not going to get it, though. Alex coming with a big scoop, full pot.
You think he doesn't know that?
145. Oh, excuse me, 145. I thought I saw 2 lavenders.
Pretty big still.
Still a very large bet. And Zhu knows calling here. He might have to call for his whole stack on the river. And there are some really scary bad rivers, pretty much all the red ones, all the ones from the 7 to the king to
and
the ace.
All the faces.
Okay, here we go.
Shu calls less than pot left behind. It is a red one, not a face at least. Shu checks very quickly. I guess that's the least bad red one.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you could pick a red one, that's a good one for you if you're with 2 8s here. Let's see if Alex tries to apply pressure to a hand like 8s. Or potentially even some missed ace-high flush draws. I think he can pretty much just deduce that king high is not going to win at showdown. So is he going to go after this 500,000 chip pot?
Yeah, and doesn't really believe that Shu could be too nutted in this spot, I think, just because I think he'll think that 9s, whether, you know, pre-flop might have shoved or a set of 9s would have check raised on the flop. Also, same with, you know, 10-9. Yeah, that's why he's going to go for it.
And I think if you're Shu here, as much as you may not like it, I think you called the flop and turn. You pretty much can't fold on a 4 diamonds river. If you thought your hand was good, it's still good.
What a disgusting spot for Kiang Shu.
Like I said, are you ready to put the cape on? Because this will be a hero call.
I think he's going to find the call. He hasn't seemed like he's afraid to die in this tournament. He's stuck it in fearlessly.
He's had quite the backbone, that's for sure.
I mean, it's kind of nice that you unblock flush draws, the front door flush draw, obviously, as Shu, right? Because that just puts a little more bluffs in Foxen's range. You know, he could have the hearts, he could have queen jack, he could have king jack here. You also block the backdoor flush. So I think there's some, you know, nice reasons here that he can find to make the call.
It's just like you had to expect this river bomb, right? Once that turn was that sizing, you have to expect, okay, pretty much every river that's coming again. So in some ways, you should have kind of planned for this on the turn with your call. But ultimately, it looks like he's passing it in. Wow.
Oh, and Shu, after calling flop and turn, does allow himself to get bluffed by Alex Foxen on the river, who says, I think your career is really about repeated performance, an entire body of work. Yeah, he's got quite the body and of work. Rather than one event, it's a piece of the body of work. So I am proud of it. That from just a couple of weeks ago. And I have got to take a second to calm down from that. And let's take a break and see what Lon McCarron and Norman Chad have got for us.
Welcome back to Inside the World Series of Poker. I'm Lon McCarron. He's Norman Chad.
I'm tired of being Norman Chad. You should try it sometime.
No, thank you. Well, for the last 20 years, the best-dressed man in poker has been Tony Dunst. But besides raising the level of fashion in the game, the longtime poker commentator has raised the level of his own game. This is his third main event cash in the last 4 years.
I like to root for fellow broadcasters, but this is a step too far. Tony's a World Poker Tour guy, and this is the World Series of Poker. It just feels like an enemy attack. He has 3 World Series bracelets, 3 circuit rings, and this is his 5th main event cash. Who even let him into the building? At a minimum, Lon, Tony Dunst should not be allowed to speak at any table of any World Series event.
Well, perhaps you will feel better about Terrence Reed, better known as TJ, who, like Tony Dunst, has spent a good deal of his adult life watching and reporting on poker. Except now others watch and report on TJ. And this is his 3rd straight main event cash.
Go figure. This stumblebum was just a lowly poker reporter. The only jobs worse than poker media are gravedigger and Paris garage parking attendant. And now he's a poker monster. 28 World Series cashes in the last 3 years, punctuated by that unspeakable $3 million score, final tabling the World Series Paradise Super main event in December. What's he going to do with that type of coin? Buy more reporting notebooks? TJ used to stand behind poker tables, write up hand histories, and then be told the next day by players he was wrong. Now he sits at poker tables while others write up hand histories, and then he tells them the next day they are wrong.
Circle of life. Yesterday, we mentioned former comedy content creator turned poker crusher, Comeskey. Today, we may have found the secret to her main event success. To continue our thread about poker reporters, it seems one of the best. BJ Nemeth gave her a lucky Lego minifig, which sits atop a ton of chips. At last count, about 1.3 million of them. But whatever magic Caitlin has working for her, we hope it continues. All right, so I'm wondering, has BJ ever given you a lucky minifig, Norman?
Obviously not.
Obviously not. That's going to do it for us right now on Inside the World Series of Poker. Let's get you now back to the pivotal Day 5 main event action.
Thank you, Lon. Thank you, Norman. Some of us all started out as poker tournament reporters. TJ, me, Tony to a certain extent.
So when I met you, you were a part of Poker Road, and that was podcast Stapes, or was that Poker Reporter Stapes?
When you first met me was probably in 05 when I was a reporter for Card Player magazine.
Okay.
Notebook, pen, live blogging, and certainly getting in trouble for embellishing and or getting things wrong and or writing things like Johnny Chan is now Ghani Chan.
Ryan Miller has been patient here. We haven't really seen him play many hands, and looks like his patience was rewarded as he finally wakes up with kings in a spot where he's probably going to be able to get a double here from the big stack on Kmart and a pair of 8s.
That's 125,000, just one overcard for the 8s.
Although that tightness might work against him, Kmart might decide that, well, this guy's been waiting that long, probably has a jack here.
Yeah, especially because this was a 3-bet pot pre, right? So Miller 3-bet Mart's under the gun open.
I call.
Mart gives the affirmative.
Yeah,
for putting the 125 in.
Stack to pot ratio down under 33%, so I can't see a way where now you can fold with the kings. Excuse me, with the 8s to the kings if the rest of the money goes in here.
Maybe if you check real hard like that, you can get to a free showdown.
It is weird, though, because it does feel like if Miller, off of a 20 big blind stack to start, you know, had a hand like ace-king or ace-queen, he would have just shoved over the open instead of 3-bet. It almost feels stronger to 3-bet off of that stack size against an under-the-gun open. So I know that even though it feels like you are somewhat pot committed as Mart, it just doesn't feel great to be in this spot.
It does not feel great.
Yeah, I think he realized the compounding issue of him continuing along every step of the way in this hand.
This sounds like a hand that's ripe for the as-played qualifier.
Yeah,
with
just very,
making this call.
It's just very ambitious to try to put your opponent on, you know, the one type of hand class that you could beat that's gonna, what, not jam 20 bigs over and under the gun open?
To start the hand.
Now it's a little late for this analysis. But maybe you can piece it together and save yourself 225 in a spot where you are getting a ridiculous price. A very stressful situation for K-Mark.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Don't say I have to call, because as we saw, then that means you're calling.
Okay is dangerously close to meaning something.
All right, I call.
Got yourself into a pickle that only an 8 on the river is going to get you out of.
It's a good bet.
That's right. Look classy, give a compliment, take your lumps.
There are still 2 outs.
Don't hit the 2-outer.
We have seen it happen before. It's only 20 to 1. 19 to 1 to be precise.
I think they're ready for the Ryan Miller double up. Mart still with plenty of chips, more than 2.6 million after that double up. David spotted Ryan earlier today, knew that he had at least a couple of bracelets, and it turns out 2 is the number.
Alex, you ever get used to how slow it plays at tables like this? Get used to it?
Yeah. It's generally not that much slower.
Really?
I don't think so.
We heard a little bit from a beloved member of the community recently. Unfortunately, we are checking back in with him as his tournament's being thrown in the trash. Big Huni eliminated.
That's too bad.
For $35,000. But at least he still has his Panda Express.
I got moved to the table with 50 minutes left and till break, and we didn't play a full orbit on day 3.
That's pretty sick.
There were a lot of big hands.
On day 3, was it like end of day 3?
It was before dinner break, day 3.
That's odd.
There was a lot of big hands, to be fair.
the
but
call?
Yeah. It was like 2 minutes every single street, every single person.
I would be clocking people.
I'll make it 75.
75. Guess I'm not confrontational enough.
Yeah, but...
Or big enough, I mean, you know.
You can't be afraid to call for time on the clock suckers.
Unfortunately.
Let's look at this here. Okay, I was going to say, Sonny have designs of doing something crazy, limped the 7-3 off and got 3-bet, or excuse me, got raised, and it looked like he was thinking of doing something wild.
An extra out or 2 is always big.
True.
Oh. My bad.
Kyle Mart coming to us from Michigan, home of S-Mart. Shop Smart. Shop S-Smart.
You ever been to Zealand, Arieh?
No, I can't say that I have.
Have you ever been to Michigan
Flyover.
in general?
I have. I've been to Soaring Eagle Casino, which is in Michigan.
Tracks.
Or else you die.
Well, then I got to play short stack.
95 is short.
I'm best with the 100. Yeah, 95 is short. No, 95 is good.
It's getting there, though. Teetering on the edge.
Yeah.
Under 80, it's all in her fold, practically.
Right, Miller with a hand.
Let's see if we can put those new chips to use here. Looks like Puka Nakua.
Looks like someone might be getting the ick.
Raise 135.
Just a re-raise.
Oh, wait.
And Miller is going to end up, it looks like. Oh, no, hold on a second. Hold your horses, Kyle Lynn. Pocket jacks. And the 3-bet off of that stack size does have to be somewhat alarming again, right? Just like the last hand.
Yeah, but I think Lynn's hand, you know, pretty different, I think, to 8s of
yes
the previous situation, right? This is just much too strong against Ick's stack size.
Oh, yeah.
33 big blinds, just gonna rip it.
Miller is out.
Oh. Again, round 2.
Oh, wow.
Big old flip here.
Ryan saying I opened a big ace, just.
I like that. Ryan's flipping.
20K big blind?
Ryan Reynolds versus Ryan Gosling.
I thought it was 25. Yeah, but you kept saying 25 bigs to start.
Yeah, you
plus
did.
20.
Yeah, 20?
Yeah, yeah, 20.
Oh,
Yeah, 500.
Safe
That's
for
why I thought
jacks.
you might have thought it was still 20K big blind.
I had 20 bigs.
Yeah,
now
no, I
now we
know.
just know you're bad at math.
That's-
yeah.
That's,
I mean, that's not even
kinda
hard
actually-
math. Okay, that's
Yeah.
not even hard math.
Oh.
I love this.
That's one thing that I've learned from playing in the last few days is that live players, they gotta
Unfortunately for the Jacks.
And kind of throws me off a little bit.
She's bad luck, bro.
Online, they just tell you, and I'm like, oh, I know what it is. And then I'm like,
She's
oh,
the
crap.
rake.
And then it's like,
Oh, he got there both
some
times.
Weird size where it's
Yeah,
like
obviously
17. And
playing
then
as
just
well
like,
as me.
why am I not just
Double
rounding
up for Sam Ick.
But now I feel better about
It tracks. He lost a coin flip earlier. Now
Oh,
he's
it's
on
the
the winning
worst.
side of it.
They go so slow, too. So sick.
5, 6, 16.
Wow.
I had a king.
Oh, wow.
Didn't need it. Got the ace anyways. Oh. Thank you.
Here's another look at the moment that Ick's prayers were answered.
As well. And then the dealer turns it away from my the flop. I was like, oh my God, what are you doing to me?
What's the difference?
I was in that seat right there. I was like, oh.
You have a good hand
The rest
on
of the
your
table
band,
had to tell me.
right?
I had to watch their reactions.
Is there a certain 20 means something else or 25? I don't even know.
On day 1, I had a hand where I had a guy all in, which is a flush draw versus his set. And the dealer peeled the river so only she could see it. I was like, ooh. And I was like, that's a good sign. I felt bad for the guy. I was like, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Poker's still a human game, played and dealt by humans, and it adds an extra wrinkle to things.
I kind of like
Just add
that
a
the dealer's
little
so
bit to it.
invested that they're like, I want to see it first. I want to know. I want to know what's going to happen.
Kang Shu once again all in. Just has the blinds to get through.
Foxen in the big. Maybe going after.
That was close.
landed it on.
That was.
I mean, has it been, did the delay catch up? Did he
I
get
have
the
a
news
favorite
that
blackjack
he
dealer, and
bluffed
she'll do that.
in
When
that
she
spot?
knows I like to sweat it.
It's
and
got to be
she'll-
close, though, right?
Help you up.
And she'll give me the thumbs
Time
up
to
or
break
the-
away from our stages, where Patrick Leonard is all in the field. Ace Queen versus Ace Queen.
I was worried that other people folded ace queen.
Leonard with hearts. 2 hearts on the flop. And a heart on the river. What should have been a chop ends up in a Patrick Leonard double up.
Yep.
Closed in on 1,000,000 chips again.
Always nice to beat the same hand with the same hand.
I wouldn't know.
Neither would I, friend. Just under 400 players, remember?
Yes. 399 remaining. Still several long days of poker ahead.
Yeah, but things are getting very real. I feel like this was kind of the point when we were under 500 players, when I had my deep run in 2007, where I was like, oh, okay, like I could do this. This is feasible, like a 500 player tournament.
That's where you start to feel it.
Yeah. And then even more so when we're down to sub 100, I was like, this could be my time. I mean, it wasn't. I'm not in the club, David, so it wasn't even close, but.
That's all right. We still got the rest of our lives ahead of us to get back there or get there, however we want to look at it.
2 of the 3 biggest stacks going to the flop here, but Sanye is going to take it.
I want to see
that one was easy.
That one was kind of easy.
That's the fastest fold I've seen you make.
I called pre-flop from the small blind. They weren't that bad.
So this guy's killing you.
I know.
Yeah.
You can stay away.
That's what's called, known as the goo. Foxen giving him the goo. It's a term Ali was educating us on, saying, this guy's killing me, I gotta stay away, when you don't really believe it, just the fake compliment.
Oh, okay.
Giving him the goo.
The goo versus the glaze.
Yeah.
Over to the blue table where Andrew Vore has ace-6 in the small blind. And blinds are now at 10,000, 25,000. And blind on blind, this feels like Tarango may call it off.
Pretty easy.
Totally reasonable hand, yeah, to call from the big blind, small blind, with both sub 15 big blinds.
Tarango is the covered stack, the effective stack.
What's that? I didn't see.
And despite those percentages, I know a lot of people that would rather have king queen suited here.
Which you like? No bet, just side bet.
I like king queen. I like king queen.
You like king queen?
As you hear, everyone at the table wants the 46%.
200, whatever.
100 bet.
There's a king.
Holy moly. I know you have money, Francisco. Otherwise, you would not say it. $100 coming your way.
I don't know yet. No. Always a sweat, hearts.
Oh. There is now a heart sweat for Andrew Vore. No heart, no ace.
Francisco.
Double up Tarango. Tarango and cash.
No. If I lose, I pay.
And now that leaves Vore super short, and you wonder if this ends up being his demise shortly, if he's going to regret calling it off against Grinder for half of his stack with the king 10 of diamonds.
Take the opposite. You pick, I take the opposite. I cannot pick the same.
You're right.
He really went for it, though.
Yeah.
We can never take that away from him. And thanks to him, one of the former champs in the field is still Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. Hossein Ensan, Ryan Reese, and Greg Raymer all still alive, but Mizrachi the only one with the potential to go back to back.
You know, 4 really cool main event champs. All 4 of those guys, cool guys.
I'm a fan of every single one.
Well, this could be it. Cut off king 4 suited. Sub 10 bigs.
What's a king for? It's for going all in, silly.
And wouldn't it be poetic here for the Grinder?
Finish the job.
But I mean it. I wanted to win, honestly. It'd be so cool, don't you think, for poker? Yeah. All the girls, all the women. Well,
Grinder does call Adris with deuces.
So many men. Like, I want to look at women.
Another one.
They will loses in this case.
Don't you think
all
so?
In.
At the table with pretty.
I have ace-8.
So few.
It says 60-40, but it feels like a foregone conclusion, considering who it is and the way it all went down.
Vore needs a king or a 4, or he'll be headed for the door. Of course, most of the time, Grinder flops him dead. Not exactly in this case.
You didn't ask me to which side you want.
One of the worst feelings is to be eliminated by the person you doubled up unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Something is fair.
No additional outs for Vore.
Yeah, of course. 60-40.
Even though the king suited?
Doesn't matter.
And the river is in fact the door for Vore.
And the grinder goes over 50 big blinds with that pot. He can do it.
Andrew Vore just wanted to make sure grinder got the rest.
GG, Mr. Vore. You fought valiantly.
New pay jump at least, $40,000.
Took a stand against the grinder, but unfortunately he just happened to have it that time.
We mentioned that we are fans of all the remaining main event champs in the field. Greg Raymer and I have been Facebook friends for a long time, and I really enjoy our interactions.
The best defense in the last 25 years.
25th the following year. Koray Aldemir, 75th the year after his win. And Peter Acegate, 78th, and I don't think he played too many more times after that.
Yeah, rode off into the sunset with his millions.
I mean, and Aldemir, you know, haven't seen much of him this WSOP either, so Raymer just still out there mixing it up.
I tell you, if you're ever itching to hear a poker hand, this man will tell you one. It's hard to... Hello, Greg. You won't believe it.
Look at this. It's like they're twins.
Yeah. Brothers in arms. Love Greg, though. Love seeing him do well. Super nice guy. Just very friendly.
He's very, very kind. And as I speak about being a tournament reporter back in the day, you know, Greg had won the main event the year before I started, and going up to a main event winner and asking for an interview, asking for a quote was incredibly intimidating. And Greg gave me more than I could have ever asked for.
Yeah, him and Grinder both two of the nicest people in the poker community. So nice to see nice guys finishing first.
Now you got chips, you got the moves now.
I mean, I bet that just made it easier when eventually you went up to Phil Ivey, right? You were like, oh, well, if Greg Raymer gave me an interview, surely I could get one out of Ivey.
I will say this.
How'd that go?
I have not had the stonewalling from Ivey that other people have. He's been pretty cool with me.
He's a big fan of your comedy. Big fan.
I actually did a video my very first year in poker where he was at Barry Greenstein's house playing Pac-Man, and we filmed him. And then we filmed my friend playing Pac-Man from the other side, and then edited it together to make it look like they were playing against each other. Heads up, and we called it World Series of Pac-Man. Ivey saw it, did think it was funny, and we were pretty cool ever since then.
Okay. I thought it was 380.
Yeah, Ivey's actually, you know, really nice and wants to be conversational occasionally. You just got to catch him at the right time.
Got chips just to lose it a second later.
Then, of course, there was the time I was out with him and Daniel slapped him in the face twice. And that sort of bonded us.
Sanier getting after it here, continuing playing a wide variety of hands. Ace-Jack offsuit, though. A little bit better than some of his previous ones, coming with the raise.
Spicy.
9-5 tray, 2 diamonds. Gut shot for Gilbo.
I'll keep my eye out.
I gotta be careful.
Sanier typically takes the aggressive route, goes 45,000. Is this ever a check raise candidate?
I would love to see it out of Gilbo here. His image plus his hand clasp plus the flop texture all bodes well for a check raise here.
Yeah, if
love to see it.
If he does.
And they raised under the gun, and I 3-bet.
So much credibility, I think, is usually given
really
to.
I wanted to get away with the queens that I'm.
You know, not to stereotype or generalize, but to a player like this, surprised to.
That sucks.
And credit to Sanier with the call here. Not an easy call with just 2 overcards on a board like this. The ace of diamonds likely helps.
So I wasn't at risk, but that was
but let's see
Here we go.
Gilbo comes with another scoop.
Gilbo throwing bows.
There we go.
That's a big old stack of green going in.
This should get it done.
But I haven't been at my tournament life.
Not a big old stack, but a medium-sized one, 230,000.
Even if it doesn't get through, very impressed. Very nice play by Gilbo.
I had one yesterday, but that was it.
He doesn't look like the type of guy to come with the second barrel, so when it does come, it screams strength.
Yeah, that's true.
And it gets it done. Nice job, Paul Gilbo.
I've gone away with some pretty weird stuff.
Resides in Missouri City, Texas. Fellow Texan, has 3 children, Drew, Luke, and Jensen.
I can't be too crazy.
No, keep it up, man. It's
I wonder which one is getting married.
Well, we'll see.
We, unfortunately, are married to taking a break. which we are doing very shortly. But before that, we do have some other notable eliminations to inform you of. The rest of the field can breathe a sigh of relief as they say goodbye to Stephen Chidwick. And we are going to say goodbye ever so briefly to you, because we'll be back in 2.5 minutes more from the World Series of Poker. All right, my babies, welcome back to the World Series of Poker. It's the main event. Fewer than 500 players remaining. Some of those recent eliminations include David Peters, Vanessa Kade, Big Huni, and the recently departed Stephen Chidwick, who did have to suffer the indignity of posing for a photo immediately after his bust out. Our first look at Masato Yokosawa up on the stage. He's going to come along with pocket deuces from the small blind. He's going to play against King 9 of Hearts. Venom Patros.
Yeah, Patros and Hassenberger were on our broadcast, I believe, on day 1D.
How cool.
I recall.
Is this the watch you were talking about?
No, that's a nice watch, but that's not the watch. The watch was involved in a pot against Hassenberger, but he has since been eliminated. Mr. Ross was his last name. One of the craziest hands I'd seen.
Patros gonna continue pretty big, it looks like, and gets the fold from the deuces.
Yeah, you remember Masato saying that he was kind of nervous in his last deep main event run. But obviously, you know, maybe just feeling the pressure from the fact that he's responsible in part for all of the new Japanese players coming to the poker scene, you know, with his logs, with his visibility in poker throughout the years. Because of it, he's really brought, you know, so many new players to the game from Japan, but also not just new players, but quite good players. I have seen the Japanese players.
Naoya Kihara is like number 3 on the leaderboard for
Right.
Player of the Year now.
Shoto Nakanishi here at this table has a World Series poker bracelet and some other high finishes for sure. Last night at dinner, we were talking about this influx of Japanese player, and we all agreed there pretty much are no bad Japanese WSOP players. They're all giving it 100% and good. There's just no spots.
I mean, it's very in line with their culture, right?
Yeah.
They're just such a disciplined group of people, and they really want to give it their all to anything they put their mind to, and it shows.
Well, not only do we love an influx of players from anywhere, but also, I don't know, just the vibe that the Japanese players bring. It's very welcome as we see this pot being opened by King Queen.
Yeah, it's the vibe of picking up the trash in the stadiums after the World Cup games, right? It's like
Strong sense of community for sure, yeah. Nakanishi with not too many chips is going to come along with ace-8. 3 ways to this flop, which is king, queen, queen.
Above average flop for Ayub, and he happened to cold deck someone here. Hassenberger with 3 queens also, not going to like it.
Hassenberger Incorporated about to be the Schlemiel and the Schlemazel. Four spades on the turn. Ayub's got this locked up.
Yeah, and you saw Ayub check back because he just has so much board coverage, just really hoping that he could get his opponents to catch up. Little does he know, if he knew that the case queen was in his opponent's hand, he might have started betting earlier.
And I imagine we see Hassenberger start to build this pot now with a hand as strong as 3 queens, and it's checked around twice already. The likelihood of it checking around again is there, and you definitely want to make some money when you have a strong hand such as 3 queens. If your opponents won't put money in the pot, then you have to do it yourself.
Nakanishi at least got to see all 5 cards thanks to all this slow playing. Any hopes of ace high being good at showdown? Not going to happen.
Yeah, with just 14 bigs, there's really nothing he can do here. Other than pray it checks around and ace high is good, but not likely. Hassenberger taking his time coming up with the sizing he feels will get paid off by.
Oh, it's going to get paid.
Hands. 150.
Goes on the bigger side, and I think that's just a function of the fact that it was checked all the way through to the river. So now Hassenberger's trying to maybe polarize his range to maybe some missed straight draws, some, busted flush draws can be in there, just feeling like maybe nobody has any interest in the pot. So there could be some more heavy on the bluffs coming from his side of the street, but Ayub just going to take his time before putting in the rest of his chips.
And the funny thing about this hand is Ayub likely doesn't suspect his opponent's hand is 3 queens. As I say, so he probably doesn't shove here. Probably makes some sort of small raise, enticing his opponent to call with things like a king or maybe a strong 7, like ace 7. But you got to be sick if you're Hassenberger here to get effectively click raised on the river off that stack size.
There it is.
Yeah, he's like, really, man? I don't think he can fold, but he's like, are there really any bluffs? Would he do this with just a king? Would he have checked a king twice and now raised me? Definitely wondering if something like 7 snuck in there and made a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what this does do is it saves Hassenberger some chips,
Yeah.
right? Because if the hand played out differently on any other street, he would have doubled Ayub up.
Yeah, I got to save 230,000.
Not quite a double up.
Now it makes sense
Ayub.
when he sees the hand. He understands why this pot checked around twice.
I guess it feels a little better than the 7.
I sent.
Filling up your opponent with pocket 7s on the river.
Ooh, I saved myself some money pre-flop there. Queen Jack of Hearts.
Now we've got someone
Tight
lying.
fold, tight fold.
I have leg over
Yeah.
How could he?
Did you have 15 for me?
It's not a very believable lie.
I think he maybe misremembered.
I think it might be more of a mistake than a lie, yeah. I had Queen Jack at some point.
But I like that Hassenberger's not going to clear it up for him, right? He's not going to say,
Yeah.
oh, you know, I had the case queen in my hand.
Ayub over $1 million now. Kade So also at this table, an European champion.
Yeah.
Also a heck of a likable, friendly guy.
Very a tough player indeed.
He's on my list of poker players who've taken me out to clubs along with David Williams and Antonio. He took me to an insane club in Paris a couple years ago.
When you started that with have taken me out, I thought you were going to be who've eliminated you like Yokosawa. I thought that's where you were going with that.
He didn't get the last of my chips. He just got most of them.
This is too much.
A lot of people have been the beneficiary of your chip stack.
They sure have.
Natris. Haven't
Yeah,
seen
can you
much
give
out of
me,
him
like,
today,
free
but we
bet?
saw him the other day on the stream also.
Thank you.
Opening here, Ace King.
This is Adam Natris.
Oh, we made another jump when I wasn't looking.
Oh, did we
I have
now?
no clock, so make 5,000. Woo!
Yeah, I think the jumps go up by 5K now.
Jumps are
I mean, that's
5,000 instead
half
of
the
2,500.
buy-in,
Yeah.
so not bad at all.
Patras, excuse me. Yeah, Patras
Yeah, nice
does
jump.
elect to call
Good
with a king and a4 and hits both of them. Top pair, top kicker for Natris. This is pretty ugly.
One pre-flop, 3-bet in the cash game.
Really unfortunate flop for Natris. Don't really expect
When the next prize jump?
King 6-4 to not have the
350.
best hand often with Ace King.
Oh, it's not very far.
58. But I think now it will start to get a little bit slower as we go.
It sure
like
will.
from the money to now, you just watch it go.
The fewer tables in play, the slower the bust
The bonds
outs.
are getting big, so. I suppose there has to be a time when it kind of evens out, though. Everybody's pretty deep.
Beauty of the main event, it plays pretty deep.
I like this. Going to go ahead and check raise now. If your opponent does have a hand like Ace King or an overpair, you likely continue to get paid. You look like you could have a flush draw, straight draw type hand, combo draw. Go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, the fast play just, you know, helps in terms of there's a lot of scary turn and river cards that might kill your action as well. So hoping that your opponent has top of their range, something good enough to continue with. Also representing some of these semi-bluffs that you mentioned, David, but also the fact that, you know, if a diamond rolls off or something, you know, like a 7 or a 3 that fills in the straight comes off, Natris is going to be a little bit more cautious with top-top.
And with the presence of the flush draw and such a strong hand, obviously I don't think Natris could go anywhere. For a moment when he looked at his cards, I was like, wow, is he going to fold here? But it's just an impossible fold because your opponent could have so many hands you're beating here. Diamond draw type hands. Some worse kings that they got ambitious with. Not likely, but sometimes you could even see that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, your opponent could be check raising some gutters, like some 8-7s. Some
First time I've ever seen one of those.
Is that a new chip, maybe, we're talking about? First time I've ever seen, perhaps?
Yeah, that call we saw on the last hand, the single chip call, I believe was the biggest chip we've seen so far. I don't think it was.
250?
It definitely wasn't a hundo.
Lot. We have a base in our...
Just for this little room right here, production?
all of
Yeah, just production. I'm sorry.
Ben. No, I'm saying in Nottingham Industrial Dome, we've got a tiny corner where they've got a screen.
I wonder if
camera
Natras is
setup, costing
considering
about $250,000.
racing again. Would be unconventional, but I wouldn't blame him if he feels his opponent has some kind of draw and he wants to shut it down now and pick up this 285.
Petros seems very interested in more chips going into this pot.
What was it? Is it 2-1 Spain?
Yeah, and Petros' raise kind of on the larger side as well.
Who scored?
Looks like Spain.
Oh, I don't know.
Is it Moreno again? That is Moreno, isn't it? He scored the winner against Portugal.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's him.
2-1 red.
Yep.
Seems to be an internal battle going on right now.
Looks like he might be thinking about shoving.
That is the predicted shove.
1 million, yeah?
Yeah, around that.
Just over $1 million.
Go over. No, a little under. All right.
Petros makes the call. This is a 2.1 million chip pot. Natras at risk, hoping to keep Portland weird and somehow run down 2 pair.
Like a 6, please.
A 6 will do it. An ace will do it.
How about 8?
And now a jack will do it.
Ace.
And Adam is going to the Natrases. Eliminated here on day 5. $40,000 the current payout. Not terrible, but not what he was hoping for. We're headed to another break. More from the World Series of Poker main event when we return. Hello, my babies, and we are back to the World Series of Poker main event, day 5, just in time to catch an all-in pocket sevens versus king, queen. Sevens for the player at risk, who is Tom Canuli, and he has faded this board so far. Sanye looking for a king or a queen to eliminate Canuli. That is a queen.
That's the worst.
Canuli looking for the 7 from heaven to save him from damnation. No dice.
Big game.
2015 final tableist Thomas Canuli
I want to wager.
dispatched
Well, that changes my answer.
midway through day 5.
I'm going to try to talk you into the wrong side. I didn't know that.
Clearing
I
that
thought you just
$40,000 pay jump. A peek at the disappointed Tom Canuli and the relieved Sanye.
Pick which side you want. So we need to
Sanye
do some
has
kind
been
of like a
quite
Chinese auction
active
for
at
the
this
game.
table.
Do you understand? Do you know Chinese auction?
Now has almost 3.5 million chips.
So the way we would do it would be like I'd start at, I'll say
Now we did hear from
under 250.
poker content creator. She was mentioned by Lon and Norm earlier, and she's been a big fixture here at the World Series all summer. Caitlin Comeskey, now sitting on a stack of 1.4 million, and she's never at a loss for words.
I get asked, what do you do for a living, quite a lot. And for the longest time, I answered like, oh, I'm a content creator. I'm a content creator. All the success I had in the industry, any notoriety that I had was as a content creator. So that felt like the most truthful answer. But today, right now, sitting on 1.5 mil in the main, I'm a professional poker player.
Professional poker player, Caitlin Comeskey.
Triple P.
Living the part and finally employing one of the male masseurs, massage therapists, whatever they prefer.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, and the other person says
Because we're gonna go down.
Right. So then I'll
Oh,
say
is it
under
basic?
253.
How much is
Okay.
it? Is it the
215.
what,
Right? Same thing. Same thing, right?
Yeah.
Same thing I just said, right? Okay.
Is that the what Latham thinks game?
No. Looks like another big flip incoming.
Yeah, Len opened this pot and Ick 3-bet them all in
I'll have to see
with
a sample of
nines.
this game happen.
I'll take under.
Looking pretty good for the short stack double up.
Alex not caring about this all in.
He's seen one or two of these before.
Figuring out their auction.
I'll take under 227.
Yeah, Lynn doubled Ick up earlier. Is Ick going to return the
Under
favor?
225.
It's fair, though.
Ooh. Lynn doubles up
Under
to
224.
12 big blinds.
Ooh, we're getting close.
Under 220.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
100?
How much?
100. 100. Friendly bet.
What's being auctioned?
I couldn't figure it out.
Hiya, we have got some hands here on Grinder's table. Looks like Mizraki kicked all these
Oh, yeah, he's got ace.
this action off with ace-6, but man, it is Cooler City.
Wow. Ace kings, what a cooler. Ace king or ace king?
Uber at risk with kings. What a nightmare.
Hated to love it, the underdog's on top.
I'll take 4.5 to 1. Late one.
It's about the right.
Do you like the kings?
Some side betting going on at this table as well. You can tell, folks, the insanity is starting to set in.
I would not be amused with the Kings right now.
I don't know if I'd be able to hear anything. It might be just, you know, when the war movie, when the bomb goes off.
Like the
and it's
ringing in your ears.
Yeah, I think that's all I'd be hearing at the moment.
You have
Uber
5-6?
needs a hit on the river.
I like your hand. No.
I love it.
Only now?
You had the big blind special.
At least wait till he walks away before you talk about him. And he will be walking away.
GG.
I pretend I don't like it.
He did the fake tell. He learned the fake tell.
Bradley Ubro.
Yeah.
Good game, Bradley.
Bradley is sadly.
Not a fun way to go out this deep in the main.
I mean, and they might be talking over it.
You mean it's not always, the camera's not always on me? I'm shocked.
Just most of the time.
What's that?
No, there's some hands I was curious about that I didn't get to see.
Yeah. Oh, really? Like which?
The 888 board, where I blocked river. Blocked river got raised 4.5x.
Dare I say he doesn't have the best poker face? He's
Folded
just
a boat.
wearing his emotions on his sleeve.
He is most of us. I know I'm sitting here with two professional poker players.
Win the side bet with you, that's a good story for me.
Go for it. I think your odds are similar at both.
Yeah.
Because when we
He's got his own commentary.
I was actually in the 218 to 225 range.
Still has the best hand after this Jack Tray flop.
The table mates really just don't care about the action, just going on with their side conversations, their betting.
Went 4 below.
I will say that because of the mic situation, they may not be as loud to the other players as they are to us. Also, they might be.
I mean, they are talking across the table.
Exactly, Gilbo and Foxen. Right?
Look, I'm trying to defend it here.
I mean, to be honest, pretty brutal if you're at the table.
If we don't play 5 levels for whatever reason, I assume we just... Or do you want to include that in the bet? I don't care.
I mean, they're lucky that it's these two players in the pot. There's so many other pros out there that would have already said something at this point.
Sure. And they probably wouldn't be talking across the table if those pros were involved in the first place. Let's be honest.
You're being a good guy. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Lynn continues for 60K, and, you know, for Kyle Mart, who seemed like he didn't love his hand pre-flop, I can't blame Lynn for betting again.
I think the floor still makes
Yeah, maybe he feels a little snake bitten earlier from the Miller hand, the exchange with the 8s and the kings. It was somewhat of a similar stack size, effective. Just every street, he's gonna have this
I'm flying home tonight anyway, so.
I hope he's balanced and does that with his nutted hands too, you know, like he's got quads here. And
Haven't seen a nutted hand yet, but I'll tell you what, if he did this during a nutted hand, I would call him out for being like, okay, nobody's buying it.
Jump. Oh, you might get another one kind of soon.
No, where?
I am curious what Mart's journey was to get to all of these chips coming into today.
The last 3 or 4,
because he seems stressed out.
It's amazing. What the hell?
It is a very stressful situation, to be fair. I believe on his bio it said he is a professional poker player, but maybe he plays a little more online, right, versus live.
Last time we saw him like this, it was with the 8s against Ryan Miller's kings.
He's agonizing.
Wait, that was a raise.
What?
He hemmed and hawed and
So confused.
And then said, all right, 150.
It's tough to do, especially when you've got king high, but how amazing would just a shove for 380 be like, okay, just a shove for 380.
The thing is that with all these theatrics, I would think they were, it was reverse tells.
Right.
Like when someone goes, raise, it's like quads are better.
Right, not ace high on a Jack 3 board against a pre-flop 3-better off of 20 bigs.
Let's see if Len finds it. It would be incredible.
He got a big price last year.
Funny part is, it still might get called.
I don't know how you can call with king high, but
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying,
you mean
let's
if
see
Lynn,
if he finds the shove, and
yeah.
that still actually might get called by Mr. Mart here.
Yeah, it's just like a long.
I know that if I were in Lynn's shoes, I would be confused because a lot of the hemming and hawing seemed sincere.
One game, yeah. Of course, you don't get the immediate satisfaction.
Yeah.
So yeah, the casual gamer would prefer just put the 100K on one
Exactly.
Sunday.
Exactly.
Such an interesting hand, all because of Mart's theatrics.
You could be hemming and hawing with a much better hand than ace queen. Like, it doesn't have to be a jack. It could be like 8s, 9s, 10s.
Oh, I wish Lynn had more chips behind because I think this hand would be so much more interesting. Wow.
Yes, yes, he found it.
Oh my goodness.
Now hold on a second.
You
This
love
hand's
to
not
see it.
over.
That's what I said. I said it could still get called, but either way, hats off to Len for finding this. Just an incredible shove.
Oh, you guys are going to see my cards later. I don't need to.
Oh my God.
Way to go, Len. Might be my new
Now
favorite player in the
Live
main.
reads are still a thing.
This is my favorite hand so far.
Oh, did he? When someone is broadcasting them as loudly as Kyle Mart was.
We're
going to take a step away from
Kyle
this.
Len.
Jeff is currently on the floor with a player who is, at one time, the best online player in the world.
With the legend that is Ape Styles, Jonathan Van Fleet on day 5 of the World Series of Poker main event. Some serious subject matter, but I think it's important to talk about. Is maybe a little bit more than a month ago, you were in rehab, you bounced back. What kind of message would you like to send people out there watching you?
Well, I know that 30 days in the grand scheme of things isn't that long of a time, but I've had long-term sobriety before, and that first 30 days is super hard. And I just want to let people know that every day gets better, you know, yeah, I'm just grateful to be here and grateful to be sober.
It's great to have you here. It's an inspiring message, and I'll send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. We'll continue this conversation soon, hopefully. Jonathan Van Fleet at day 5 of the World Series of Poker main event.
Takes a lot of chutzpah to talk openly about something like that. Kudos to Jonathan Van Fleet. Some of the notable names still in the field include Daniel Hachem, Sean Winter, TJ Reed, Hossein, we've seen plenty of him, Arieh and Lazar still in there, as well as Shaun Deeb and Todd Brunson. Day 5 can often be the graveyard of the big name players. Pretty tough to make it out of day 5.
I said honey, I don't taste the honey.
Okay.
One advice, don't. That's deep.
3 ways to this flop. 2 players hitting a jack.
It's on you.
It's on you, honey.
I think he knows.
Yeah, it's Rand who bet 85K, followed by Tyler calling with the inferior jack with the 9 kicker. And Perry, you know, just not loving having to overcall in this spot with ace-king. I think, yeah, going to be out of there.
Kevin Rand resides in Austin, Texas. Second in a 1K pot limit Omaha bracelet event. Hobbies are poker, golfing, and Magic the Gathering.
Well, it's a little bit of magic on the turn here for Tyler.
Fellow magician.
Who catches up in a big way, no longer out kicked, now has 2 pair. Rand checks.
Yeah, and Rand picks up a straight draw here. Likely not going anywhere.
I think she squeezed the lemon. Lemons. Lemony. Man, your cookie is tempting. Where is that, from Mexico?
Yeah, I buy here in LA, but it's from Mexico.
And Rand just, you know, slowing down on the turn, feeling like he could be up against some better Jack X, you know, maybe Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, and of course this Jack 9 suited that happens to be in there. But with that additional equity of the straight draw, not ready to fold quite yet.
And a better 2 pair on the river for Rand. The best hand changing hands like a baton in a relay race.
2.5 acres, yeah.
1.5.
This could be costly for Tyler, although there is 4 to a straight out there.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult, I think, for you to find that your opponent's going to show up with an 8 very often. I think 8s aren't going to bet very often on the turn. They certainly would call once on the flop, but they probably would just check back the turn.
That's the way I see it.
And so I do like this lead.
I need to fix more.
Oh, you're doing remodeling yourself?
No, I have people too, but I have been betting.
Tyler pays it off.
Probably.
And Rand is going to profit more than $500,000 in this hand.
I've been very
Little mini cooler for you.
Back and forth every street. Yeah.
Loves nicks and toothpicks.
Whatever happened to your diamond encrusted toothpick?
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
I pawned it for a buy-in.
I used to say when I used to play poker.
What'd you get for it?
I just want to gamble all
Couple
the time,
thousand.
All right.
all the time.
Means it was worth a lot more.
I just
No,
party all
it
the
was
time.
sad
I used to
story.
say I just
It was
wanna gamble
stolen
all the time.
when my house was robbed amongst
Now I'm
all
single
my
no more,
jewelry
'cause I don't
years
wanna
ago.
gamble.
Sorry, I
I
asked.
don't wanna
It's okay.
gamble
I've told the
all
story
time.
online. Someone broke in and stole the safe.
Yeah.
But I used to.
Got all the money and all the jewels.
Man, I'm glad you weren't hurt.
All the time.
Because that does happen from time to
They
time.
knew
as
I
well.
wasn't there. A team came in and extracted the gun safe.
It's nice, yes.
Once in a while, when I really like it,
Yes.
or cash, I only play over there house there.
Yes.
I don't play cash. I don't come here looking for cash.
I would have left
overdo it.
herpes all over that
I
toothpick.
don't need it.
Don't overdo
I
it.
come to enjoy, not for.
Yeah.
That's how you get them back. Ralph Perry opening this pot, ace 10. Rand calls with ace jack of hearts. Puri's in with 2 4s. Palladino, who folds the queenos, is out of this one. King at 9 of spades for Grinder on the button. How many ways to the flop can we go? Nope. So far 4.
That's good. Family pot.
Not yet, not yet.
Option. No, you're part of the family, Francisco.
Very
Come
rare
on.
to see a 5-way pot on day 5 of the main
Do what
event.
you like.
Really respecting
Do
Ralph's
what you like.
early position raise here under the gun.
Like the Olive Garden, when you're here, you're family. And Ralph
Do
Perry
what you
flops
like.
pretty good.
Check.
Do what
Top
you
2.
like. What you like. What you like.
Rand also with top pair. Ralph's going to
75.
continue 75,000.
And against an under the gun open, you know, I think a hand like ace jack, you just want to find a call with, not really going to try to bloat. The pot could always be up against better kickers, of course, and a few players behind you yet to act.
Yeah, the 6s are out there sometimes. And even the pocket 10s are both hands that the players behind you could wake up with.
This field gets thinned in a hurry.
Grinder's like, I wish I could have stayed. I could have went runner.
5 of spades as it stands doesn't affect the 2 hands that are remaining.
I mean, so many draws possible now. Two-tone, straight draws, flush draws abound. Definitely gonna see Perry fire another one. And this time, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because he's got a little under 1.5x pot, but what sizing do you want to make it if you want this to be a 2-street hand? If you want to bet both turn and river, are you gonna go small? But does that really allow for any of these draws to fold? Certainly not any combo draws, right? Maybe nothing like the king, queen of clubs or queen, jack of clubs are gonna fold to 200K.
I actually wouldn't have minded just a shove there for 1.5 pot. Get rid of all the draws. Sometimes maybe get called by some ace-6 or some, which you probably would have heard from, but some ace-jack type hands that are ambitious and put you on a bluff.
Yeah, it was a bit awkward. SPR on the turn.
Grinder comes
That's
in.
what I said. I was like, he's definitely getting
Was
it.
there ever a doubt? I imagine he'll let him know at the end of this hand.
He does tend to.
He loves to do that.
Yeah. Which is one of the things I love about Grinder, because he still has fun with it.
Half pot back, it's really nice to have the ace of spades as Perry because, of course, you know, you're blocking any of the ace X of spades that would have maybe called pre-flop and come along for the ride.
Yeah, the only real spade worries are like king,
King,
queen, and queen, jack of spades, maybe some 8-9 of spade type hands, possibly. But 8-9's not really appealing for the gut shot there, so unlikely with that one. You can be pretty confident in your hand here if you're Ralph and just try to figure out the way to maximize how much you get paid here.
Almost all in. Leaves about 15K behind, it looks like.
And Rand, you know, looks like he's going to take a little bit of time to consider what he wants to do, but I feel like this is a spot where Perry's not really going to show up with many bluffs, right? He opens under the gun. He bets into a field of 4 other players on the flop on an ace high board. Now, you know, the backdoor spades run out, and yet he's still willing to pretty much effectively put the remainder of his stack in. You got to think ace jack is not going to be good here very often.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of bluffs that tell this story this way.
This is a fold you can make and sleep pretty well at night, it feels like.
Well, you're going to get to see because you're on the TV table, so you'll also get to sleep well in about 30 to 40 minutes. But yes, even if it wasn't, I believe so. And he figures it out, too.
I had it.
You have it.
I'm expecting a flush.
Push the pot to him.
Oh shit, I had king of clubs.
I had the king of spades. King I flushed.
Oh,
Great
sorry,
response
sorry.
from Perry,
You're
though.
Right, you're right. Well, I was thinking about clubs.
The king of spades. What do you mean? There's no flush on clubs.
Yeah,
only
you're
spades.
Grinder, I knew it. Grinder's sick about it.
Thank you. Mike is a friend.
All in.
Come on, Mike.
Gamble.
You don't mean you folded for a good reason, right? So I can win.
I wanted you on the final table with me.
Yes. I knew that. I knew that. Look all the fun we're having.
Ralph used to be a mainstay in the Bobby's Room
Good time.
game when I was first coming up. I remember meeting him in
Hold
there
him?
playing. No, 2 and 4,000 mix.
Good time.
And look at that. Rand rewarded for showing some discipline and making that fold.
We'll see about that.
Picks up ace king and gets to get right back in there.
I mean, that's the great thing about poker is
time.
even if you don't win with ace king, you still get that feeling of looking down at it.
Time.
Yeah, yeah.
You still get a little bit of joy
That's why we play the game.
and hope.
Good time. Roll.
Idris on the button with king 10 suited. Not very many chips left.
No, not your time against the UTG Open, though.
Yeah, just 16 big blinds. Sometimes, though, when you've been card dead for a long time, we haven't called his name much, something like suited Broadway cards just looks so appealing, and you're like, man, what if I don't ever get anything again?
Right? You just get sick of folding.
Yeah, you're like, is this it? Like,
Maybe in other tournaments, but I hope not in the main. I hope your patience doesn't wear that thin in this particular tournament.
It's difficult. Again, that hope we were talking about. King 10 of diamonds. Such a hopeful hand.
Yep. It's going to get some bad news.
Not from Fergoso. And not from Ralph Perry.
Luckily, we get to see 5.
Idris at risk and dominated.
Another king 10.
Pretty, very pretty card. The royal flush.
Not possible.
Not possible.
Surprised Ralph's not offering bets. Who wants the king 10?
He will take any flush.
Idris wants 3 diamonds and only 3.
No, not with a 5 o'clock.
There's 2 on the flop.
Now we got 2 options.
Now it's
diamond,
possible.
diamond, or just a diamond?
Wow.
2 more diamonds would be gross.
Yeah.
And blackjack.
Turn card is a king.
Black king.
Needs a diamond or one of the remaining 10s. The one remaining 10, I should say.
Possibilities. Oh.
Idris elbowed out of this tournament.
Found one.
$40,000 the cash. We are going to take another break, but more from the World Series of Poker main event day 5 when we return. Back after this. Welcome back to the World Series of Poker main event featuring a man known for running good. Not terrible form. Not that I would know.
75.
As we are back on table black, Alex Foxen versus Samuel Ick. Foxen with second pair, Ick with top pair, top Icker.
Yeah, and looks like pre-flop Ick opened, Sanier called, and Foxen defended from the big blind. The flop went bet by Ick, call by Sanier. Foxen raised to 200,000.
I was too excited to get my top Icker joke. It's two pair.
Ick just called with ace king and turned the ace to have Foxen drawing dead.
Yeah, and Foxen recognizes, you know, after he was willing to continue against his check raise, that this ace turn is probably going to be pretty bad for him. Didn't know how bad it actually was. He was
more look at it.
Or was it good for
with the
him?
king as well. Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Yeah, I think I got the right side.
I'm pretty confident.
Still out in the field, Josh Arieh with 1.3 million in chips.
He got down pretty low at one point yesterday. I think it was sub 10 big blinds on the stream. It's made quite the run up.
Of the folks still in on day 5, Arieh third in bracelets. Second, technically, since Deeb and Mizrachi are tied.
That's not how that works in scoring. When two people are ahead of you, you are third.
I like calling it tied for second.
That's not, just not how that works, but you can call it that.
Yokosawa a little out of line here with the Jack-8 offsuit open.
10 deuce of clubs for Ali Ayub, who flops the flush draw. Yokosawa's got an 8. Yokosawa, I assume continuing. I assume this was a raise pre-flop. Ayub going nowhere with the flush draw. Backdoor straight draw. Zuh. Or you can just hit a 10 on the turn. And check.
Yokosawa with the added straight draw might continue here. He does have the ace more often than his opponent.
I think the problem is here you're not really trying to fold out. Obviously, top pair, and then your opponent is going to have some of the hands that could be nutted with that straight draw filling in on the turn as well. And Yokosawa with some showdown value did end up checking back, which we see a lead coming from Ayub now.
Yeah, Ayub with a rather small sizing here. Pretty interesting size. Doesn't likely fold out better hands here. As we see Yokosawa with a straight not going anywhere anyways. Deciding how much to raise. On the off chance his opponent has a 6. Can he get paid by a 6? If he raises too much, looks like he's going with a large size so that if his opponent does have one of those stronger hands, such as a 6, or maybe even some kind of 2 pairs, he might be curious and call.
Well, if you've got Queen Jack, that's a pretty sick run out.
Close. Nobody ever suspects the Jack-8 offsuit raise. Ayub lays it down. Yokosawa picks up 190K in that pot.
Had a very good hand there.
The flop?
Did you?
And the turn.
Okay.
I had 10x of clubs.
I like how he
Nice
says
X.
X.
Yeah.
Like you didn't know what his other card was.
Quick peek at table black as we head over to the blue one.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Palladino versus Mizraki for now. She's going to defend Queen 10.
Signature, you can walk.
She showed the queens earlier when she folded them, right?
She did, yeah.
Sure did, and flops the open-ender.
You rent it. You don't stay there. It comes furniture, everything, like hotel. Everything is there. You rent it, you make money every day, every month.
10 years ago, I wanted to buy a condo, but then
Reiner's going to bet 40,000.
It's too hot here for me. I don't like the weather. I'm relaxing there. Oh my God.
Everybody loves Vegas. You're here.
Palladino wants to see one more.
You're right.
Not the one she wanted to see.
Check. I used to live there. I lived at AMGM. After my divorce, I lived there.
I wouldn't be surprised
You
to
got
see
everything.
Grinder try to barrel
But
again. You know,
what's good
trying to
about
get
the AMGM,
some
you
weak
have
one pair
kitchen,
hands to fold, trying to
full
deny
kitchen,
equity, of course,
everything.
to some of these
Jacuzzi, you have
draws
gym,
that are
laundry,
possible.
laundry.
It's hard not to bet into the player that folded queens
Like
face up pre-flop.
Yeah, she has shown with that fold to be on the tighter side, so I imagine he feels he can muscle her out of this pot.
The view is
Threes are quite
MGM
vulnerable.
pools. Have you ever
Your
seen
opponent
like 1,000 pumps?
is almost
Like
always
you
going to have
in,
two overs in
Hawaii.
addition to whatever
Like
draws they may
The
have, gut
water
shots,
game.
open-ended,
Like a
flush
water
draws
game,
type
right?
hands.
One theme park or something.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
still there.
I used to go there.
Yeah.
It's still
Waterfall. No, that.
Wow,
theme
she
park
is going
went
to
away. They built
continue.
the
We
complex.
are going to the river.
They built the complex. So good.
That's the perfect
Gated.
place for anybody.
8 not good enough either.
Valet parking. You cannot park yourself.
Grinder's going to be very happy, I think, to show this hand down. He might fire a bet, though, just in case she had something like a 4 or a 7. Yep, Grinder all in with just a pair of threes. It is the best hand, but really applying pressure if she happened to have a king or a jack.
I mean, he really just didn't want to get shown a slightly better pair.
I mean, if she just has king-queen there, what does she do when he shoves all in? That's a tough call.
You're married to the flop.
Yeah.
I will say, especially when you are on a feature table, I just would strongly dissuade people from showing their hands. You know, the players are going to get to see it in an hour. I think you, again, showing that you folded queens and then kind of showing that you continued twice here with a draw. I feel like sometimes that will work against you.
Well, as I mentioned, there is still a long way to go in this main event. 2 more days of coverage before we get to the final table, kicking off tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget, there's still the night shift tonight after this half of the broadcast wraps up. In around 15 or 20 minutes, there'll be a pause, and then Nick Schulman and Ali Najad will be in for the night shift as we have a player by the name of Clack. Tom Clack is all in with 2 8s and is going to be flipping against Kade So.
Kade So, 45 years old, from Paris, France. He's an entrepreneur in the construction business. Hobbies are basketball and football, but in parentheses, soccer. Wants to let us know. 8th main event for him. He won Prague, EPT Prague main event in 2017.
At the moment, he is in danger of doubling up Tom Clack. Turn card, still safe for 8s. Can he dodge one more street? Yes.
Tom Clack from the UK, 36 years old. Poker player by trade. Hobbies are field hockey and badminton.
Hockey, field.
3rd main event for him. 1.1 million in tournament winnings.
Well,
His
he's
top
on
score being 300K, so he's ground out that 1.1 million.
He is on nearly 1 million chips in this main event now.
No. I don't like flipping. I don't like flipping.
Where Fragoso has raised queen 10 of diamonds. Palladino calling with 2 10s. Tyler, king jack suited. Billy Tarango folds queen 9 on the button. Grinder is out. Boris Angelov joining the table, folds the big blind. 10s have got to fade all of the paint and do.
Hello. Some fireworks potentially on this flop with all players having a nice piece, or so they
Poker
think.
players are way behaved. Look at all the adults here.
Top set for Palladino.
It's like...
Yeah, she's going to kick things off with a bet. And
so calm, right?
wouldn't be surprised to see
no bickering,
Tyler
no
come
noise,
along.
No fire. Like,
does have gutter to the nut straight and
There's 100
also
people here.
backdoor flush
Surrounding us.
potential.
190
Everybody in peace.
on the bigger
Harmony.
side.
And he still wouldn't mind a 7 either. I mean, just because he has a gutter to the broad, excuse me, the king high straight, a 7 is still likely a okay card for him also.
No, but the whole, not just this. Like, look at this. The whole rail. No, it's not empty. It's full of people.
Francisco with top pair and a gut shot himself has
No, I'm not talking
quite a decision.
Yeah. You know,
Both
like you
players
go-
willing to put money in this
people
pot.
They argue with it, you know, like like kids in
I think that's the appropriate reaction.
Adults like that.
Totally reasonable to just bow out here, just because of the uncertainty with 2 opponents not wanting to get in the middle of this.
And don't forget the traditionally pretty passive Palladino now putting in 190K on this flop.
Boy, for her to come out betting, I mean, she just got queen jack. I'm like, all right, I'm out.
I see Foxen. Man, look at his body.
Typically when they
Double
lift the
guy.
cards like that, they're letting go.
Right.
I cannot say nothing, right?
Double the size on the right.
You can say that.
Right, throw him across the room.
How did he get like the chest like that?
He was a former football player.
They're talking about Alex's body. How did he get a chest like that?
Dave's join in on the conversation. You also seem
We
to
have
be
the- we have the
admiring.
same trainer.
Speaking of that 7 I was mentioning, the 7 spade slides in.
It's a spade, that's right. Palladino pumps the brakes.
But
Lifting all those trophies.
200.
Tyler with a
He's a
nice,
cool guy.
clean
He's a
bet
nice
of
guy.
Palladino.
Half her stack, 600,000 chips in the pot. He bets 200. She's only got 4. Just a brutal spot here with a set of 10s.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like she's had easy decisions so far.
And it's going to be a tough river for her as well. No fill up.
All in. And the call.
Oh,
That's how
no.
you get yourself trapped.
Palladino frustratedly calls it off for the last couple 100K.
Brutal run out for Palladino.
Is eliminated after flopping top set.
I have a 10.
Just wasn't her day, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have 3 of them.
Oh, you know what? I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I didn't look.
Ramona Palladino, Busto. And we have got a major hand in progress. It looks like Samuel Ick is all in on this turn with 2 pair against Sanye's over pair of aces.
It's going to need an ace jack or a deuce, and if you can tell from the top, half of those are already in the muck.
Hey!
Wow.
Good game, sir.
Whoa.
Better 2 pair for Sanye.
Good game, guys.
You a jack six?
My time.
You said you a jack. Oh, you a jack.
He had a jack.
And this tournament no longer has the Ick.
He was laughing. He had a jack deuce laughing.
Samuel Ick also falling in that 40K pay bracket.
I just asked him, does he have a jack?
Yeah, was zigging and zagging for a while there, but finally
That was pretty good.
ended up getting eliminated at the hands of,
like
you
the
know,
way
a
you
very
think.
active player who, didn't need aces necessarily to be involved either.
I like the big blind ante. It makes it so much easier.
Oh, it speeds the
At least for
game
me.
up so much.
Never feels good to get counterfeited.
No, it sure doesn't. And speaking of counterfeiting, You guys ever dealt with any counterfeit Magic or Pokemon cards? You must have seen them.
I've seen them.
I think that
I've
would-
seen them. Luckily,
I think that
I've
would be
been
cool,
fortunate
yeah. I
to
haven't
not
really
have
thought about
purchased
too
any
much of that kind of
myself,
thing.
but
Poker players like to gamble on lots of things, and it turns out they're not so much in the pits anymore, but they like to gamble on ripping open packs of cards. Sports cards, Magic, and of course, Pokemon being the big one, as TJ Reed is now going to talk to Jeff about that very thing.
Well, you might have heard Lon and Norman feature this man, TJ Reed. If you could stand up for me, please. Bring the Pokemon card, please. It's a good first question for me. I think you've had a different Pokemon card with you every day. Yeah, what's the deal here?
July 4th, we were at the Resorts World for the party and hit a lucky box, one of the vending machines, and got a Pokemon card. The friends I was with were like, you got to carry that with you for the main event. And I did on the first day, played really well. And then I decided every day I bag, I'm going to buy a new one. Retire the old one, give them some rest, bring out a new fighter. And so this is
What
my
we got
first one.
today?
We got Plusle.
Is Plusle good?
Plusle is, I mean, financially, no, but it's priceless. It's priceless. And, you know, it's an addition Pokemon, so we're adding chips to the stack today. That's what's happening.
Yeah, fantastic. You added plenty of chips to your stack throughout your run at the Supermain in the Bahamas. Do you sense any similarities between that run and this run yet?
I mean, I'm running pure, playing well. I just feel like I lock in for the main, and this structure is even better as far as you can be patient, 2-hour levels. You know, it's been a mediocre summer, and I just said that we're gonna take all the run good and apply it to the main. So I'm running pure, and you know, hopefully I get to talk to you a few more times.
We'll go get it right now, and we'll see about those future conversations with TJ Reed. Says he's running pure, playing well, pretty good combo.
I've always wondered who is putting money in those damn machines I see around here. And now we figured it out. It's TJ Reed.
Not the only poker player, though, invested in some Pokemon cards.
I have to get ushered past that machine every time.
If you're going to invest in Pokemon cards, though, there's a way to do it. And I don't think those machines are the best, you know, value.
Slot machines, video poker machines, not a ton of value in any of these machines in the casino, as we see Joe Cheong maybe headed to the Pokemon box. No longer in the main event, and we saw Hossein Ensan moments ago getting moved to the same table as the Grinder. That could be a fun matchup.
Oh, wow.
We pick up the action here with two
Alex Foxen stepped into it again. He 3-bet this hand with the ace-3 of clubs. Both players behind him kept raising as you saw him shake his head as he folds, realizing his timing is just off right now.
I like your hand now.
Blockers aren't real.
I mean, I still might have won.
Hearts versus spades.
I had 3 outs, though.
Anything else is a chop.
If you were a smaller, I'd probably
queen.
fold.
Not like this. Suited ace.
One spade on the flop.
Oh, you can take it back. But
No.
it's not going that way, that's for sure.
It's not coming this way.
At least no one's going broke.
Just chop it.
Sold.
I say for.
I
next
never
time.
say that. I always try.
Take my money, guys. Enjoy it.
That is fun. You get to chop up Alex Foxen's money.
Like,
yeah, nice.
You know, give him something
Always
card
nice.
as a sweat. I'm like, dude, that's bad. That's bad luck right there. Doing that kind of thing. I'm like, no, just give it a clean run out. Let me hit the best thing I can.
Kyle Lynn with live tournament winnings of 373K, but has not played like it. Has played like an absolute boss.
Still alive and kicking here on day 5.
Oh, the Grinder on the button with 9-10 suited.
All the stuff.
Definitely raising this one. Oh, excuse me, I was wrong. Comes with the limp on the button.
You can't predict Grinder.
And Angelov might want to raise this one. Yeah, it goes all in. Knows Grinder's unlikely limping.
Ooh.
Better hands, but horrible timing. And look at Grinder's timing. He chooses not to raise the button, which almost every pro, or any player actually, would do on the button with a hand like this. And it's going to go all in and another raise likely, or at least a call. And he's going to get to escape for just 25 as opposed to 50 or more.
I mean, what do you even call it? If Helmuth calls it white magic for him, what do we call what Grinder's doing? Just zigging and zagging.
Just incredible. And Francisco just calling with the queens. Grinder might feel He's like gambling here.
I mean, he didn't like folding the spades before.
He is getting 2-1 on the call.
Oh my goodness.
300,000 with 650 in the middle.
Sorry, everyone else.
Is he gonna be in there?
He's probably not reading Francisco for having a lot of strength. Feeling maybe a pair could be good, some straight draws. But nope, I think he's gonna get away from it. 300,000 is just
ace jack, ace queen.
just a lot of chips at this stage of the tournament.
Oh, ace six.
You were very close, Grinder. Pocket queens versus ace-6.
Well, one was better than he thought, and one was way worse than he thought. So if you average it out, yeah, he hit it right on the head.
You think I'm gonna call with ace queen? No way. You're behind me, and then.
Francisco saying he would have folded ace-queen there because Grinder's behind him.
Wow.
I'm not sure if I'm buying that.
Angelov looking for the angel.
Ooh.
Not so far, but does have a ace.
Oh, we know 7 of spades is coming for old Mike here.
Is it going to be the angel or the 3 6s? Two ends of the spectrum to save Boris Angelov. Needs to hit on this river to survive. Nada.
GG.
Yeah. Did any of that?
Angelov is angle off.
I was calling him anyway.
To join the other departed souls here on day 5. $45,000 though. New pay bracket unlocked.
145. I think I usually run very good when you're at my table.
Yeah. Can you leave?
So I'm happy to see you.
Oh, Masato has gone from table C over to this table.
That's right, that table broke. He is randomly ended up at this table, luckily for us.
Graz.
This has got to be such a fun table.
I know of it. I've
Between
Second biggest.
Yokosawa, Foxen, and of course, our new favorite, Mart.
Almost,
Injected into my veins.
6% of the
One
field.
of the most famous Austrian, I guess.
Yeah, give or take. Yeah, that's a lot.
Not the most famous, though, unfortunately.
Foxen first to act this hand.
Yeah.
What, Franz Klammer?
Folds.
Franz Klammer would be the most
Pocket kings for Ryan Miller.
Yeah, I guess.
Wasn't it kings he waited?
Yeah.
That's all he plays. He just sits and waits for kings.
Will he find a customer?
For a while, anyway.
2 6s for Yokosawa.
Looks like a fine customer. Sitting on 100 bigs, pair of 6s.
Be careful, he likes to flop sets when you have big pocket pairs.
Gilbo with folding ace-jack for just 2 big blinds.
Probably.
Lots of discipline there.
Good call.
Yeah. Come on, Kyle Mart. Nah.
Less chance to screw up.
What happened?
Lynn with ace deuce suited.
I'm like, I don't think
He's in there.
anybody saw it, but I'm
Gets to complete the action.
That happened on the screen the other day.
Yeah.
Is he gonna go for a squeeze here?
Peeled their hand. They didn't flip it, but they peeled it really high. Yeah. And I inadvertently saw it. And I still had cards.
Just calls.
Yeah.
Weird spot.
3 ways, 3 cards.
Did anybody see that? And I'm like, I'll just
King, Jack 4, top set for Miller.
But then you have too good of a hand. You got like aces. You're like, dude, I can't fold, obviously. Even if you feel like someone's.
Lynn's check to him.
Yeah. This was the opposite end of the spectrum. I saw a really bad card.
Oh.
And it is one of those spots where, you have top set, you definitely want to get action, and you probably feel like it would be a little bit more sus to check in a spot on a texture that the pre-flop aggressor is usually going to be c-betting on. So you do just come with a c-bet of 45K. Unfortunately, loses his 2 opponents in the hand, but, sometimes that happens. You're not always going to get action.
Looking to add more to that figure.
Top of the leaderboard.
Yeah. It's very close, though. Naya, is that how you say it?
Naya, yeah.
Naya? He's very close. He's had like 2 cashes since the main event started.
Okay. So you got to deep run this.
Yeah.
Oh, is
it a big point if you deep run this?
If you, I'm not sure honestly, but I think so.
Okay.
If you go really deep, I don't
like final.
Yeah. That's worth a lot. I think winning is worth like 1,700 points or something huge, and like my total is 3,000 right now. So it's like, if anyone in the top 50 wins, it's like theirs. You know.
Is that Player of the Year award thing?
Yeah.
What do you can win if you win the leaderboard?
100K.
100K. It's nice.
It's the first time it's been
Hassenberger rewarded.
Cool.
I'm very patient here at this table. It's up to aces.
Tesla could give a cyber
Got
beast
cooler
away,
not
you
too
know?
long ago.
Well,
Trip
kind of
queens.
lost the minimum.
Yep.
Yeah.
Trip queens versus a full house. Kyle Mark,
That's why
king
Solana
6
is-
of hearts.
They see the opportunity.
A specific win for Player of the Year, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
He's wearing his hearts on his sleeve.
Could be considering a 3-bet, but decides to fold.
Maybe.
Lynn's gonna fold Jack 5 of diamonds. Fox it in the big blind. 9-8 of
You've like
diamonds.
1.1 or so?
Man.
Yeah, like 1, I guess.
1? Thanks.
This is an aces cracking type of hand. The Jack 5 of diamonds being folded won't help. This is exactly the sort of hand people run down aces with. Man. Goodness gracious.
No pair, but still almost a coin flip here with 47% equity for Alex.
Nearly a 50% chance he will crack these aces.
Curious to see if he'll play this fast or just call. He could try to put
fairly
pressure.
fast.
Yeah. No, I'm saying Alex. He could try to put pressure on just ace-high hands and get them to fold. Or
Yeah, note a fairly substantial C-bet to the tune of 100K into a pot of 135K.
I like how Kyle Mart's still there. Everyone else went to dinner. He's like, I'm just gonna see what happens here.
He wants to see if backdoor hearts would have come in for his king 6 of hearts.
That's actually maybe why he's there. It's a
Alex
great
goes
call.
with just call.
It's a diamond on the turn. Aces are deed. Equity 0.0.
I mean, you expect almost every suited combo to peel from the big blind, so you really hate the fact that you don't have a diamond in your hand as Hassenberger. Going to be a pretty big portion of Alex's value range here, and does check back.
How much is Alex going to charge for Hassenberger to show down these no good aces?
Well, I do think that when you check back the turn as Hassenberger, it kind of just allows you to call almost every size on the river. Not every size, but I think that Alex isn't going to go too big because Hassenberger did check back on the turn when the flush draw came in. So again, just maybe losing the minimum. It's a spot where Alex will still have some bluffs, right? Some busted straight draws.
265 is quite large.
Do you think he knew he was making the pot exactly 600,000 with this bet? Probably. This is so
Hassenberger
brutal.
does beat things like king 10, 9, 10 type hands. The large sizing could look bluffy, look like one of those hands trying to get him to lay down one pair.
I do love how deliberate Hassenberger has been in his decision making every single time. He's just been able to really think the hand through. I mean, this is kind of tough. You are against such a capable opponent in Foxen that you just know that if there are going to be any bluffs in his range, he will happily be taking this spot, whereas not every player would. So does the Foxen factor make him lean towards a call, whereas maybe against another opponent he might fold. Again, you know, he was able to control the size of the pot with that check back on the turn, so it almost feels like you do just have to flick it in and see the bad news.
How brutal of a day is it when you have two huge hands and both times you're just trying to lose the minimum? Hassenberger taking a second to soak that in.
Alex.
And now pay the remainder after the one chip call. You might have heard an announcement moments ago that the players are headed to dinner. We do have one last notable pot to show you. Todd Brunson, all in.
9-10. Is it just a pair of 8s? What's the board here?
No, there's a 9 on the...
No, there was a 9 on the board, so maybe the 8 made a flush.
Whatever it is, Todd Brunson has not been eliminated.
Hey, dealer, move. We're trying to see the board.
He is doubling up to 1.4 million.
That's a set of 8s.
Some notable players still in this thing. Dutch Boyd on 3 million chips. Mueller, who we heard from earlier, on 2.5. Raymer, 1.1. Artur Martirosian still in there. Comedy writer Matt Salzberg, a little short, but still in it. We are done with this daytime broadcast, but we'll be back. When I say we, I mean Nick Schulman and Ali Najad will be taking over the night shift in just a couple of hours. But for Maria Ho and David Williams, this is Joe Stapleton saying, until next time, keep my seat locked up.